with the daughter. So they have a female veteran off for medication. She's the worst day, David. Detecting 12, check someone else.
614, 2.30 to 7.
Office still stands for talk. No. Offender in custody. Anyone else close by this group, let me know.
3-3, can I let a supervisor know that I have a case report with an arrest attached?
1830. I'm sorry, wait a minute. One more time. 847 Fulton. 47 Fulton, okay. Winchester, 1815 Winchester. And he's stating the caller, the owner of the vehicle. Thank you. 111, 113, Robert 11. 32. Okay over there? Is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there. Alright, the EMT doesn't take pictures of the, is it domestic related? We're going to try to give her a call again, and she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson, who possibly was the daughter. Stop out with this.
2412.
Veteran correct comment coded, so they have a female veteran off for medication.
Good evening, everybody. I'm just kind of waiting for StreamYard to catch up. And I'm kind of starting to wonder, because this has been really bad since the fire. I'm starting to wonder if some of the soot got in my computer too. I don't know. Because it's acting real crazy. animated background now for the whole show. I hope you enjoy it. Thought it'd be kind of cool. Have it animated the whole time, kind of matches the banner and everything. Part of the intro, but it'll be part of the new background now. So we'll say what's up to everybody, and we got a lot of stuff to get into. Whew. A lot of stuff to get into. Thank you all for coming in tonight to hang out. What's up, Kevin? Kitty. Unravel. Hello, hello. Kelly. What's up? We'll be having Unravel on here tonight, too. We did some great work together on the grub truck. If you guys didn't get to check that out, the deep dive that we did was good stuff. She's got some more stuff she wants to highlight with the grub truck, so we're going to be getting into some of that tonight, too. We got a long show here tonight, though. We're going to be getting into the Howard Blum article, the Moscow PD TipLine, the bodysuit stuff, the grub truck, the body cam, the 11/22 history, and the Vargas stuff. So we got a long show tonight. What happened, StreamYard? You done messed up all my comments here. Hold on. I apologize if I miss anybody. Jacqueline D, sorry about that. StreamYard just wanted to put my comments wherever. All right, I think I got them all. There's Caddy. What's up, Brandy Wine? Yeah, you got. Listen, let me know. You guys let me know what night you want them painting streams on, and we'll do it. Oops, I need to open my cup. I got everything ready to go. Whatever night you guys want, boom, we're doing it. I'm excited. I can't wait. It's something I've been waiting to do for a long time since I started the show, about 10 months ago. And I'm ready. I'm ready to do it. It's going to be a lot of fun. What's up, Nefarious? How you doing tonight? Yoli Yo. Congratulations on the award. I'll send you a panel invite too. I'd love to have you on tonight if you'd like to. Moonvale, what's up? Moonlight Rays, nice to see you too. Appreciate you. What's up, Sue? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Stardust, how you doing tonight? In prayers, Stardust. You know what I mean. What's up, Blue Brat? How you doing? Nina, bing bong. What's up? All right, so I wanted to shout out Typically Unique. We share the channel first, and then we're going to share that playlist with you that I was talking about the last couple of days. They put together a playlist, so I'm going to highlight that real quick, and then we're going to go ahead and get into the show. One second. All right. Typically Unique here, the channel. Great discussions here, and they have a new playlist now. So there's the channel. Let me. What's up, Crystal? Thank you for hopping in. KW10. Well, I haven't checked it out yet. I love checking this stuff out with you guys fresh. So I haven't checked it out. We're going to be checking it out first part of the show. So you're going to get the fresh reaction. Here's Typically Unique's channel. And here is the playlist that they just put together. Mental health journey. Their stories to shed light. And so I want to share that with you guys too. And I've reached out to them. I would love to have them on the show one night. and we just chill back and have a conversation, one of those lawn chair conversations, you know. What's up, Amanda? How you doing tonight? I like how that's spelled, Miss Rivera. Thank you. We're just chilling. We're going to be going into this stuff tonight. And if you don't mind, hit the like, please. It's the free way to help this guy out. And they got a playlist, so I'm gonna love to have him on some night. We're gonna sit back, just have like those lawn chair conversations, you know, where we just sit back and chill and conversate. And I think it'll be a great show. I'd love to hear their story. The great thing about interviews and why I love them so much is because really I go in with maybe 5 questions, and then everything else is so organic, real time on the fly. And that's why I love interviews, because then with each response or each statement, it spawns another question. And so I love sitting back, having conversations with people just about their stories, you know, their passions, their desires, the message, you know, those types of things. So it's going to be a good time having them on the show sometime. So shout out to them. I appreciate them. They've been supporting the channel for a long time, and they definitely need more love. So definitely go sub to Typically Unique. Good stuff. And they talk about a lot of real stuff, you know. Oh, thank you for becoming a new member, Moonlight Ray. I appreciate that. Oh, nice. And thank you again. Oh, thank you so much, Amanda. Appreciate you. I know people tell me I need to do ASMR and audio reading and things like that. And I do that. You know, go to my video section. I'll do read through of documents and things like that. So, but I don't know. I kind of had this idea like audio animations where there's like animations with a story. I think would be really cool. But I would have to learn how to do all the. Now I can draw and paint, but maybe that's what I can do. I can use still pictures of drawings to go with the story. Ooh, that might be cool. But yeah, I had this idea like audio animations where it's a story and you have cartoons or whatever to go with it. I think it'd be really cool. Thank you. I appreciate that, Amanda. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. All right, so we are going to get into this article here. What I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and throw the panel invite Unravel. If you'd like to hop up, we'll get into the grub truck stuff here in a little bit. We're going to check out this Howard Blum stuff first, okay? So Unravel, if you'd like to hop in, Yoli, I'll send you an invite, of course, to email. And there it is right there. I'd love to have both of you on tonight as we go through this Howard Blum article. And shout out to my mod Caddy. I appreciate you. She hooked me up with the article. Thank you so much. My mods do such a great job. I appreciate you all so much. Let me see here. So we'll get to this. Let me see. I need to make sure I add that playlist. There we go. Good stuff. Typically Unique. Definitely go sub. I'll put the channel out there one more time if you didn't catch it. Definitely go show some love. There we go. You know what? This is how do I get to Spotify? How do I get my shows on Spotify? I would love to be on Spotify. How do you do that? Caddy. You guys are so funny. Good morning, Kylie. How you doing today? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and let me see here. Now, this is audio. Listen on Spotify right there. Man, I need to get on Spotify. It's been 11 months since 4 University of Idaho students were, you know what took place. unalived in the middle of the night, and this week Howard Blum has a riveting story about how the grieving father of one of the victims has turned amateur sleuth and made a surprising discovery. Then Nancy Jo Sales has a report on Wellington, Florida, a place she described. Oh, okay. Oh, it's about other stuff too. What? Okay. Hold on. Yoli's hopping in. Bedtime stories. See, yep, I'm reading right now. What's up, Yoli? Congratulations on your award, by the way. Ooh, let me
Hi. It was a
let me
it was a
let me
centerpiece
sh-
table thing. It
Oh,
wasn't really an
well,
award.
it looked like it. Hold on a minute. Where is it? I wanted to show it. Where is it? There it is. All right, hold on. We got to zoom in too.
It was like a
That
little
is so.
lantern thing. It was
I'm telling you, that is so cool looking. I was like, wow, that is so cool. What's up, Unravel? How you doing?
yeah, it's a little lantern with little
Hello,
lights.
how are you guys?
Doing good.
Hi, Unravel.
So you got this for what? For trivia?
Yeah, for the table. Yeah, had to do with a case, the Erie case. Long story.
The
Law
Erie
school case.
Oh, okay.
EERIE.
Interesting. So
Something that only attorneys would know.
yeah. So everything went well then,
Yeah.
I take it. Just it took longer than longer than expected.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it I just had to end it last night. It was getting too buggy. I really think that some of the soot got in the computer stuff too, because the the remote's acting weird. The TV, the Keurig went out. This is bugging. Like I don't know. It's almost like like if something gets really dusty on like a circuit board or something, it creates like false connections because of the dust. The static energy with dust, and it's almost like I don't know. But I used that computer air and blew everything out, so I don't know how it's going to go tonight. I apologize
Maybe
in advance if it gets a little. What's up?
tell your landlord and he can go through the wires or something.
Yeah, I've there's been conversations when it comes to certain things, and how do I say this politely? It's all on me. I'll just put it that way. It's all on me to replace everything, to clean, to all that.
Oh my goodness.
The wires too?
It'll take legal. Well, that's the fire department, but it's not. Nothing is. There's no kind of electrical issues. There's no like short circuiting. There's no fuses getting blown. There's no dimming. There's none of that. It's really just the electronics, even alone, are just acting really quirky. And so I just think maybe because like the soot is the smoke mixed with the dust, and so there was so much of it because I'm telling you, by the time that when I went outside to see like what the hell was going on, because it smelled like somebody lit a grill, really that's all it smelled like at first, was somebody lit a grill. And I was like, damn, that's strong. So I switched the screen, and then I went downstairs to look to see what was going on. And I didn't see nothing. So I came back upstairs to come back to my desk. And all of a sudden, by the time I get back upstairs, the smoke was so dark. It looked like it just filling up in the bathroom, like coming down from the ceiling. Just, it was so dark. It looked like pitch black night, outside in my bathroom. And I was like, what the fuck? So I hurried up, because I was doing a show live at that time. So I hurried up, grabbed my documents, I'm like, at least I got 20 seconds. I hurried up and grabbed my documents and my weapon and different things. And as soon as I had my hands on that, it wasn't even smoky in my room, and all of a sudden I couldn't even breathe. So, to everybody out there that doesn't know, just because you don't see smoke doesn't mean you can't breathe. Like, that shit was so strong, and I thought that I had 20 seconds. I'm not lying. I didn't even have 20 seconds, because by the time that I grabbed my shit and started going to the stairs, I was already like, holy fuck, dude. Like, I was like, you can tell, like, your body's like, yo, you ain't breathing shit. And it don't take long. So, seriously, know where your documents are, know where your important stuff is. Uh, Practice your drills. If you have kids, practice your freaking drills. Like, you literally have seconds to get out. It's no lie, even if it doesn't look bad. Because to me, it didn't. To me, it was just fires in the bathroom right now. Not the fire, but the smoke. And I literally just grabbed my stuff and turned around, and it was already. I couldn't breathe. And all that smoke, because it came upstairs, all that smoke just flushed in from here down. And they had to stay longer because they were having issues getting the carbon monoxide levels down low enough to where somebody could even come inside. The dudes were out there like hanging out on the curb coughing and shit because the carbon was so bad. And so that's why I'm thinking, like, all that soot, even though I came in here and I cleaned everything, it's still a process. I'm not done, but my cleaning isn't gonna fix. I can only clean so much. I don't have that kind of equipment or anything like that, or those kind of chemicals. So I'm just like, all of this weird shit's been happening with the electronics, and so I'm just assuming it's soot that collected that I can't clean out myself, with a can of air or whatever, or a rag and alcohol or something. I can't uh, do any of that, deep down. And so I'm just thinking it's like that soot's just kind of like messing, bugging out electronics and shit too. Because that coffee pot, I'm telling you right now, like that thing kicked on 5 times on its own 2 nights ago. And if I would have been sleeping, I wouldn't have heard it. I wouldn't have woke up from it. That thing would have started melting and probably would have, I don't know. It does something. So the computer's been acting really shitty ever since. And I'm just hoping tonight it works okay. So far it seems okay. But I couldn't even get through at the end of the night. I couldn't even get through a 13-minute video without it just acting crazy. So we're good though tonight. Hopefully. But I don't know. Just double
I'm
check
using the
your
computer
documents.
audio, so there might be a delay.
Okay. Yeah, just double check your documents. Make sure you know where your stuff's at. You know what I mean? Like, make sure you have a plan, because we cover cases that involve fire, to anybody, unless you've experienced it. You really do think you have extra time. You really do think that seconds isn't gonna, but it really does. Like, I'm so lucky that I half-ass knew where my documents were, because that's what had me paused for a minute, because I was like, shit, where did I put them? It had been a few years since I even got them out. So definitely make sure, because just for those documents, I'm like, who knows? Next thing you know, you're out because you can't take a breath no more. It was crazy, like that. What's up, Tabby Cat? How you doing tonight? What's up, Grammy? How you doing? Paranormal? No, I don't think so. It's just weird. It's just crazy. What's up, Katrina? Just double check your documents. If you have kids, do your drills. Do your drills. You may think that it's not a big deal. your batteries in your smoke detectors, all that stuff. No, I did not have to go to the hospital. I did stay here that first night, uh, for 2 nights actually, and then I went on my trip. And I'm gonna tell you, I coughed up some crazy ass shit. I probably shouldn't have stayed. Um, when I came back, I aired it out for a complete day before I even came in and did anything. Aired it out because when I came back from the trip, uh, I felt like I was gonna puke just walking in because it was so strong. So I had to air it out for a whole day. Then I came back. That's why you guys didn't hear from me for a couple days, because I was literally doing phone calls and doing cleaning and just trying to, like, you lose everything, and then you find out that it's all on you to replace and clean. You're like, what the fuck? Like, there's supposed to be certain things that I was paying for, and yeah, there's like really teeny fine print, and yeah, yeah. So it's a lot to take on. You know what I mean? You basically you already lost everything cloth wise, and then all of a sudden you get back and you start doing your show, and you're like, shit. I didn't check my Xbox. I didn't check my guitar. I didn't check this. I didn't check this. Like, and then so it's like, what the hell, It, like somebody said on the trip, living life on life's terms, and that's all you can do. So at least I can do my show and I can be here for you guys. Because, man, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm glad everybody's okay. For real. Nobody was injured. They put out a grease fire with water, so that's why it just went woof. So I'm just thankful that I got out in time, because literally, like, I was doing a live. I'm not hearing nothing, most of the time now I have one open now, because that night all I did was smell a grill, but it wasn't even a grill. It was the actual fire, but it just smelled like a grill. So that's what made me get up and go, what the hell's going on? And then I look outside, nothing. Come back upstairs, see the smoke. I'm like, shit. Grab my shit. Hurry up. It was crazy. Yeah. Trust me, I'm ready for a new home. So yeah, exactly. Like a grease fire with water. Seriously, people, don't use water, because that just, you're talking about throwing lighter fluid on a fire. Do not use water for a grease fire. It just, you talk about it. Exactly. Thank you, Melissa, for putting that in chat. Baking soda. Most people have baking soda in your fridge, okay? So literally, if you don't have baking soda in your fridge, put it in there now. And then when you do have a fire, if you do on your stove, a grease fire, then you got the baking soda in your fridge. All you have to do is go right to your fridge, open it up, throw it on the fire. You're good. Oh, yeah. It's horrible. Yes. All right. Sorry about that. But yeah, this is pretty neat. Like, what's inside of it that's glowing? Oh, thank you for the membership. Was it a gifted? Doesn't
Sorry,
show.
I was on mute. It's just a little lantern, and it has like little lights inside of it, and it has like a little on and off thing inside, and they were centerpieces at the table. So at the end of the thing, they had like a legal trivia quiz for each table.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's nice. I mean, I could show it to you guys.
Yeah, you should. You should.
You want me to?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll solo highlight you, so it's just you showing when you hold it up, and then we'll switch back to everybody. Yeah, let's do it. I think it looks cool.
All right.
Aw, prayers, Kylie. I have migraine issues myself. We should watch that at the lounge sometime, Kevin. The episode of Mythbusters. We should. We get in trouble here, though. So, Unravel, did you make any videos? And if you didn't, please check it.
I have, but
Oh, yeah. You've made videos on the stuff that you were kind of talking to me about today, or?
no, not about
No?
that stuff.
Okay.
Nope, I was making videos about other things. What's this say?
Well, this is the Howard Blum article that has, there's been a lot of discussion about this body kit, whatever you want to call it, mechanic suit, whatever, body suit, whatever. Been a lot of conversation about that, so I figured we'd get into that first.
Gotcha.
To kind of go over it, because scroll down. Oh, we don't listen to that?
Yeah.
This is all it has. Just this right here. Will a victim's father take down? Pursuing his own investigation and uncovering new facts.
Oh, it's pretty.
Ooh, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. There we go. Is it going to work?
Oh, I love it.
Wow, that
Isn't
is
it
so
nice?
cool.
Pretty
Yeah.
fairy.
It has a little door. And then you can
Oh,
turn it
wow.
off. I can't turn it off.
That is
It's
so
really
cool.
pretty.
Yeah, it is.
It has a little thing in here. Anyway, I'll turn it
There
off.
you go, Kevin. You can make those, Kevin Kraft. Make those for Christmas, Kevin Kraft. Wow. Like lanterns.
It
That
also-
is so cool.
Yeah, it serves. It is. It's nice. Anyway, enough of that.
Enough of that. Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go. Wow, that is so cool. That is so cool. Caddy, I have two articles here. I have this one. Okay, this is an actual article. Okay. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, I gotta subscribe. Shoot. Because this one has a
I think you can just hit the play button though.
yeah, the play button. What's up, Lucille? I think it'd work great. I think it'd be cool for Christmas. You can hang them from, a fireplace, a ceiling, outside. Put them outside on your deck, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're cool. Get one with green and one with red.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
mix them together. Yeah, I think it'd be neat. Paint some white on it to make it look like it has some snow hanging off the side. Yeah, you can make it look very decorative.
Sometimes.
Whoa, that's loud. Okay, so we're going to check out this. Yeah, Romantic Glow. That'd be a really cool name for it. A Romantic Glow lantern. I need to get into the business. Shit.
Right?
Fuck. Right. Let me see here. So we play it at 11:23. Okay. Thank you, Caddy. I appreciate your help. All right. So let me mute the music. I'm gonna play it at 11:23, and then we'll see what it says.
Wonderful.
Thank you both.
Well, that was good. Linda, you crushing it with airmail look.
Yeah, have a lot of fun. What can I say? This is the candy of the internet, Michael.
Well, speaking of candy and interesting places and fresh looks, Nancy Jo Sales has a pretty eye-opening story on one of those strange little places that you don't know about if you don't have tens of millions of dollars. If you're not Michael Bloomberg or Bruce Springsteen or Bill Gates, who all have houses down in a little place called Wellington.
Yeah, I started it at 11. Here it's 11:21.
It might
is this-
play a commercial first or something.
Is that what
maybe.
a commercial?
Wonderful.
Thank you both.
No, it's funny.
Well, that was good. Linda, you crushing it with airmail luck.
We have a lot of fun. What can I say? This is the candy of the internet, Michael.
Well, speaking of candy and interesting places and fresh looks, Nancy Jo Sales has a pretty eye-opening story on one of those strange
Is this it, Caddy?
little places that you don't know about if you don't have tens of millions of dollars. If you're not Michael Bloomberg or Bruce Springsteen or Bill Gates, who all have houses down in a little place called Wellington, Florida.
Wellington, Florida, somewhere I've never been and frankly have no hopes of ever going. The last time we talked to Nancy Jo Sales, we were talking to her about incels. Fortunately, this is somewhat less scandalous, or maybe not actually. Nancy Jo is a journalist whose 2010 article for Vanity Fair, The Suspects Wore Louboutins, inspired the film The Bling Ring. She is also the author of American Girls, Social Media and the Secret Lives of Teenagers, as well as Nothing Personal, My Secret Life in the Dating App Inferno. Welcome, Nancy Jo. Okay, so Nancy Jo, first of all, where is Wellington, Florida, and who goes there?
Wellington, Florida is a town of about 60,000 people to almost due west of Palm Beach, Florida. And it is 60,000 people. It's not a small community, but it is mainly known for having the horse show, the winter equestrian.
Okay.
Jeez.
11:23 left. Okay. 1 second. I was like, what is this we're listening to? All right, hold on. Let me see. 44. We'll just put 45. All right. Because I'm trying to do timestamps for all the videos now.
To just people behaving very, very
All right, here we go.
abominably.
All right.
Got Howard Blum here, who's the writer at large for Airmail, who's been covering the trial of the alleged Idaho killer, Brian Koberger, for us.
All right, Howard, welcome to the show.
Nice to speak with you again.
Okay, you've got another firecracker of a installment this week about what's happening out in Idaho with the murder. Tell us a little bit about, this is a story really about what happens to a father with his grief and where he puts it. So tell us a little bit about the father, Steve Goncalves.
At the heart of this entire tragic story are families. And you think about how families try to deal with the loss of a child. And I discuss how a couple of the families try to deal with it. For example, Xana's father just has a sort of stoic resignation. The Chapins set up a benevolent charity and try to make the best of it. But Kaylee's father, Steve Goncalves, does not want to surrender to events. He wants to be a detective, in effect. He wants to help the police crack the case. And even more than that, he believes in his heart that the police haven't been doing enough. So he's been going off on his own with his older daughter's help, Olivia, and they've been trying to put pieces of the case together. And in the course of doing this, they've uncovered some fantastic information.
So tell.
And we've known that. We've known this the whole time because, hell, there's been multiple interviews where he was basically like telling them to step up and be alpha and he doesn't want to have to do it and all these other things. Now, when the case first came out, honestly, everybody remembers when the first case came out, he was the one that was really giving us information, on our side, because there was a lot of speculation going on, but he was the one. We weren't hearing nothing from Ellie. The stuff we were hearing from Ellie, when you're watching the press conferences, it contradicts from day to day, time to time, press conference to press conference. Things are changing, which, yes, you progress in an investigation, they're going to change. But when you're stating one thing, that's an important key, and then another time, the coroner, for a good example, dude, you should know like everything that took place from A to B to C to D. And that was even changing. And you're like, what the hell? Steve was the one that was giving us the information. of course. Just like the camera, right? Supposedly the camera for the when the girls got home, they discovered the private driver. Um, yeah, of course. So anything that they're going to come out and say, I totally trust. But hell, that last interview, it was like he's basically telling them they needed to step up.
Set up a benevolent charity and try to make the best of it. But Kaylee's father, Steve Goncalves, does not want to surrender to events. He wants to be a detective, in effect. He wants to help the police crack the case. And even more than that, he believes in his heart that the police haven't been doing enough. So he's been going off on his own with his older
100.
daughter's help, Olivia, and they've been trying to put pieces of the case together. And in the course of doing this, they've uncovered some fantastic information.
So tell us about that fantastic information. It truly is startling.
And he's uncovered several things. First, he's found that the police have a receipt of Kohberger buying a Dickies work suit, which is a work suit that covers you from your neck to your legs and your arms. And the police are now hypothecating that Kohberger wore this work suit, this Dickies work suit, which he bought for $49.99 at a Walmart in Pullman, Washington. He wore this during the killings, and then afterwards he took it off, threw it into his trunk, perhaps in a garbage bag, and that's why there was no blood in his apartment or in his car. And again, the police have this receipt. And then Steve's investigation has also found out some more evidence. Since the beginning of this case, one of the great mysteries is, and has been, 2 roommates survived. One of them, according to a police affidavit, saw the killer walk through the house. She stares at him, and then she goes back to her room. And for the next 8 hours, nothing happened. Well, according to what Kaylee's father has found, there has been evidence presented to the grand jury that says that these 2 roommates, during the course of this murder, were texting to one another, and that at one point they even sent a text saying, "Oh my gosh, I think someone's being killed." And if this is accurate, because again, this is what Steve has found at the grand jury, if it's accurate, it raises a really troubling question. They knew that something was happening in the house. If they suspected that someone was being murdered, why did they wait 8 hours before informing the police? That is one of the great mysteries of this story, and one that Steve is trying to find. And Steve has also discovered something else. He's found that the prosecution and the authorities are sitting on a witness. What this witness knows, what this witness has seen, remains a large mystery. Steve set out to try to talk to this witness to discover this for himself. He really is determined to get to the bottom of the things. And then something totally strange happens. The FBI sends a letter to his lawyer, who's Shannon Gray, Steve Goncalves' lawyer, saying that back off. This witness came to us under a edict on a tip line saying that we would protect his confidentiality. And if you try to contact him, if you in any way reveal his identity, then you will be in violation of federal laws. And Steve felt he had no choice but to back off. And at the end, all he can say, there's a lot more to this story than the media knows at this point. And this mystery has remained, and it hovers over this entire tragedy. And Steve, I believe, rather courageously, is trying to get to the bottom of things. Can you tell
100%. That's why I said every time that somebody wants to complain about Steve G saying shit, I'm like, dude, I feel you. Do it. You know what I mean? Like if the fucking investigators aren't going to do it, then do it. Because this who has more investment than justice for her or them than him? So of course he's going to do everything that he can absolutely do to make sure that his daughter has justice. He's the one that's most invested in his own family member. Of course. Yes, right? That's his baby. And that's why I put it in the title tonight, Yoli, because I'm like, hello, tip line. It's interesting. Thank you for this link, Caddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, like Stardust said, this is the first time I'm hearing somebody texting to one another. Oh my gosh, I think someone's being unalived. And then you go back to 8 hours again, 8 hours. I am too, KW10, 150% pro Steve. You're right, Yoeli. TipLine is on the website. We're going to go through it again tonight after this article. This audio article. I need to make a background for the audio article version of this if we're going to start doing this. I kind of like it. Right. I'd be doing everything I could, especially if you feel the right thing isn't being done. That's why he was being outspoken about everything, because listen to his interviews. You know what I mean? He's a dad that's grieving, and he's like, if you got to do something, I mean, come on. There's times even in this show where I'm like, damn, if I need to get something done right, sometimes I just have to do it myself. And it could go all the way to you having justice for your family member. I'm not sure what happened to Unravel. Let me know if you need another link or how you need it. There's still a few minutes of this. I'm going to keep playing it. We were only going to check out a few, but I might have to go into this again. Not right now, maybe later or another show, but definitely need to go into this again. It's very interesting. I mean, what do you think, Yoli? Kaylee's dad was saying that he knew that one of there was being text messages sent back and forth texting, oh my gosh, I think somebody's being unalived. It's crazy shit.
I don't even know what to think, but he must have some information that I don't know.
Kaylee, it's crazy.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's just, if that's true, I just don't understand why the roommates are not being charged with something.
That's why I always thought when they were calling, this is why I think that the timeline is way longer than what it is. Think about it. You add other things that already make you think that the timeline is a hell of a lot longer than what it is. Think about it. I've always thought that the phone calls from both Kaylee and Madison's phone to who were not because they were trying to get the dog or trying to, hey, come over. No. Because I think they knew. That's why I think things that make you go,
because he would have been.
Go ahead.
Right. Oh, he was right across the way from them. He was a neighbor, Jack D. And so they were texting him. Maybe they wanted him. Maybe they wanted him to come over because they were scared, or somebody was there and they wanted.
I think that's what.
And maybe they did call 911
I think the crime
at that time.
took
I don't
place
know.
earlier. That's why I think the crime took place earlier.
Yeah, and I've been
because of when they were placing the calls.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you make multiple calls from different?
So sorry,
phones?
there's a delay. Right. Maybe we need to hear that again about the texting.
Yeah, we can rewind it. We've only played probably 4 minutes of it. I wouldn't mind hearing it again.
Yeah.
You guys, we can hear it again. I'll rewind it to the beginning of it. Here, I'll share the link for you guys as well. Thank you again, Caddy. I appreciate you. Let me see here. Here's the link for it if you want it for yourself. Unravel. Let me see here. I guess her computer died or something.
I think her computer.
Yeah, we can get her back on when she's. Let me rewind it here. So it was 11:23. So we'll just go to 12 minutes. So here's the link to that. I'm loving this animated background now. I think it's so cool. What's up, Todd? down to the 3 minutes. So from 11:30 to 3 minute is basically what it is. Makes you wonder. Yeah, we'll go check out the tip line after this part. We got a bunch of stuff to check out tonight. We'll be late night tonight for sure. Be hanging out all night. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and start playing it now. And then when I'll look for you, Unravel, and I'll throw the link in there for you.
Plots and characters that are as fantastical, twisted, unbelievable, raw, and horrible as the ones in the newspapers. But at least they're better written, because spending time in a terrible place that's in a well-written book can actually make us feel pretty good.
Funny how that works. Learn how it all works at bookofthemonth.com.
Bookofthemonth.com.
God, it's like just when you think Florida's as bad as it gets, no, it turns out there's even more insidiousness there.
Even more insidiousness. Bad behavior, nothing like it in money and horses. It's a good mix. Makes for a good story.
All right, well, we're going to go from rich people behaving badly to just people behaving very, very abominably. I've got Howard Blum here, who's a writer at large for Airmail, who's been covering the trial of the alleged Idaho killer, Brian Koberger, for us.
All right, Howard, welcome to the show.
Nice to speak with you again.
Okay, you've got another firecracker of a installment this week about what's happening out in Idaho with the murder. Tell us a little bit about, this is a story really about what happens to a father with his grief and where he puts it. So tell us a little bit about the father, Steve Goncalves.
At the heart of this entire tragic story are families. And you think about how families try to deal with the loss of a child. And I discuss how a couple of the families try to deal with it. For example, Xana's father just has this sort of stoic resignation. The Chapins set up a benevolent charity and try to make the best of it. But Kaylee's father, Steve Goncalves, does not want to surrender to events. He wants to be a detective, in effect. He wants to help the police crack the case. And even more than that, he believes in his heart that the police haven't been doing enough. So he's been going off on his own with his older daughter's help, Olivia, and they've been trying to put pieces of the case together. And in the course of doing this, they've uncovered some fantastic information.
So tell us about that fantastic information. It truly is startling.
And he's uncovered several things. First, he's found that the police have a receipt of Koberger buying a Dickies work suit, which is a work suit that covers you from your neck to your legs and your arms. And the police are now hypothecating that Koberger wore this work suit, this Dickies work suit, which he bought for $49.99 at a Walmart in Pullman, Washington. He wore this during the killings. And then afterwards, he took it off, threw it into his trunk, perhaps in a garbage bag. And that's why there was no blood in his apartment or in his car. And again, the police have this receipt. And then Steve's investigation has also found out some more evidence. Since the beginning of this case, one of the great mysteries is, and has been, 2 roommates survived. One of them, according to a police affidavit, saw the killer walk through the house. She stares at him, and then she goes back to her room. And for the next 8 hours, nothing happened. Well, according to what Kaylee's father has found, there has been evidence presented to the grand jury that says that these 2 roommates during the course of this murder were texting to one another, and that at one point they even sent a text saying, "Oh my gosh, I think someone's being killed." And if this is accurate, because again, this is what Steve has found at the grand jury, if it's accurate, it raises a really troubling question. They knew that something was happening in the house. If they suspected that someone was being murdered, why did they wait 8 hours before informing the police? That is one of the great mysteries of this story, and one that Steve is trying to find. And Steve has also discovered something else. He's found that the prosecution and the authorities are sitting on a witness. What this witness knows, what this witness has seen, remains a large mystery. Steve set out to try to talk to this witness to discover this for himself. He really is determined to get to the bottom of the things. And then something totally strange happens. The FBI sends a letter to his lawyer, who's Shannon Gray, Steve Goncalves' lawyer, saying that back off. This witness came to us under a edict on a tip line saying that we would protect his confidentiality. And if you try to contact him, if you in any way reveal his identity, then you will be in violation of federal laws. And Steve felt he had no choice but to back off. And at the end, all he can say, there's a lot more to this story than the media knows at this point. And this mystery has remained, and it hovers over this entire tragedy. And Steve, I believe, rather courageously, is trying to get to the bottom of things.
Can you tell us anything more about who this potential witness may be?
The potential witness is a real mystery. The only time it's been mentioned is to the grand jury. The grand jury sessions are sealed. The fact that it's not a rumor is substantiated by Shannon Gray, Steve's lawyer, receiving a letter from federal authorities telling him to back off. If it's so important that he has to back off, one has to wonder what it is. And it's just another mystery in a case that's filled with mysteries. I mean, the major question for all these months is coming up to a year since these murders occurred. And still, we really don't have a handle. We being anyone, even the authorities, it seems, have a handle on why. Why did these killings take place? Were they aimed at one of the victims? Were they aimed at just the house? Was it just happenstance? This is an answer that any curious individual that reporters want to get to the bottom of. For a family who lost a child, it's an issue of supernal consequence.
So, Howard, I mean, obviously every prosecution wants to keep things close to the vest in order to keep the defense from knowing everything. But, and I can understand a father's determination to find the answers. Is there any world where he's going to compromise the prosecution's ability to win this case by putting information out there that they might want not out there?
I think as a reporter that gag orders, especially such a prohibitive one as in this case, are detrimental to the truth coming out. And I think that Steve taking this on his own and going out, trying to get to the bottom of the things, he's performing the sort of function that reporters usually do. And I think in this sort of judicial darkness, the truth is buried and rumors just profligate. And I think there've been enough rumors on this case. That's one of the things when Steve begins his investigation, he's gets so many leads. He gets a lead from a man in prison, a convict, and it seems quite promising. The convict makes an elaborate but very believable story. And Steve spends several months working with a private detective, going down this rabbit hole, trying to get to the bottom of the thing. At the end, he realizes it's phony, so he keeps on going. He also receives videos, and these videos allege that there were different cars in the area or different people. Sounds have been superimposed on the King Road house at night, and these videos are allegedly taken from light bulb cameras, CCTV surveillance, and these are very elaborate fraud. And the idea that there are people out there who are taking the time and energy to create these doctored videos is surprising and horrid. And again, it's also reason why this gag order is detrimental to getting at the truth, and why Steve's quest is something I think to be admired and applauded. I feel filled with respect for a father who refuses to surrender to the horrible events of his daughter's death.
Last question, Howard. October 2nd has come and gone. That was originally the date the trial was supposed to start. It's been postponed. Any sense of when this trial may begin, what we're looking at?
It's a question that people who are covering the case ask every day. And that, again, is exemplary of the vacuum of information that exists on this case. Is the trial going to be postponed for 6 months, or a year, or even 2 years? Steve Goncalves believes it could perhaps be as long as 2 years. And that means he and his family are going to be living in this nether state for at least 2 more years, not knowing why their daughter was murdered. I think the fact that the prosecution and the defense have not publicly come out with a trial date is very disturbing.
Well, Howard, it's a brilliant piece of reporting and a heartbreaking story this week, and I appreciate you making time to share your insights. So thank you very much.
Man, that's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
A receipt for a Dickies work suit. They knew that there was text messages going back and forth. about, oh my gosh, I think someone is being unalived.
And that was presented to the grand jury. I mean, I don't know how he would know that.
I don't know.
I mean, it's supposed to be private. I mean, it's supposed to be, you know. So they found a receipt, but they didn't find the clothes. And you know, I don't know why. I mean, I see that they might think he wore that, but they need to have more than just that. And
I mean,
that could be a piece of the puzzle, but with the other stuff they have, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
I mean,
That's sorry. Typically, Unique is asking.
you're telling me that made sure. I don't know. Do we need to listen to that again? Because I'm sitting here being shocked about freaking text message. I'm like, what? Why the 8-hour gap? Like, I'm sitting there trying to like go through this, like, because you know, we questioned it a long ass time ago when it first took place.
It's very, very.
And people were getting mad. You know, they were getting mad. Like, how dare you? No, how dare you not call for a freaking friend?
I don't know.
I don't know how this is supposed to keep DNA out of a car. I don't know. I'm just serious. How is the Dickie? I got it right here. How's a long Dickies sleeve coveralls, long sleeve? I mean, okay, I can see how, like, yeah, I know it's thick. I know, but to tell me that you can make sure that there's absolutely no DNA on a vehicle, a home, a office, like, we already went through the DNA deep dive stuff, like particles, particles. How? I don't know. I'm more interested
it's
in the
not.
whole,
it's not designed for that. It's not. The whole what?
I'm sorry, what?
You said you're more interested in the what?
Oh, in the text message.
Oh, yeah.
About somebody feeling like.
Mm-hmm. You know, I probably should use my phone because there's such a delay on this.
Yeah, because I feel like I don't want to cut you off, but then when I
know, and I don't want
to. Like sometimes it is because of the delay, so I'm like, do it. Yeah, go ahead if you want to play and
Yeah,
stop.
I think that would be better.
We can play it again. It's only a few minutes. Yeah,
I'll do my
just
phone.
click on the same one. Do you need it sent somewhere else?
No, no, it's okay. I can click.
Yeah, it'll be the same.
Click on the same link. All right.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
Be the same. Okay. I got to make one of those phone holders, and then she can use that. Why didn't the two roommates just call 911? It's obvious they could hear what was going on. What's up, Sue? Yeah. I mean, when you hear that text message, you're like, I never heard that before. I was like, what? So then I honestly, the rest of it, I was kind of in and out because in my head, when I'm hearing that, I'm like, I'm trying to go through like, okay, 8 hours. How? Because I'm about exploring all theories, thoughts, and opinions. So I'm going to try and like think of all the different scenarios that, what's up, Brett? How you doing tonight, buddy? And let me know when you went back up on Revel, when you went back up on the panel. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon. I promoted your I promoted your playlist there at the beginning, typically unique. Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that with us. And definitely be checking it out. And please let me know any night that you guys would like to chill back and hang out for an evening. I'd love to have you. So we knew about a Walmart receipt for a Dickies purchase from Walmart that was found in his apartment. Yeah, I'm the text. Oh my gosh, I think someone is being unalived. I mean, now we had heard that there was some text messages going back from second floor to bottom floor, but uh, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Let me see here. Let me rewind it again. So just go to the 20. Go to like the 20. I'm trying to click on it. It's right. Come on. Just go to the 2045 mark of this audio. We'll listen to it one more time. There's the link for you guys. It's at the 2045 mark. I don't think they still go check. A theory you posted a second ago. If someone, big guess, what if someone drove off in BK car that wasn't in the house? That's what, it's crazy you say that. That's crazy you say that because somebody came up on my panel. Oh my gosh. And if you're in chat, please shout yourself out because I can't remember who it was, but somebody had said that. This had to be in March. February or March. Somebody hopped up on my panel. And I apologize, I don't remember who it is. Somebody hopped up on my panel and had said, what if somebody was the car was just a decoy, right? It's interesting you say that. I don't think so either, Sue. It's not waterproof, damn straight. I mean, the shit's thick. You know what I mean? The shit's thick. It's rough. It's meant to, get roughed up, right? But it's not. To say that it's not like that completely keeps you from getting DNA on you that then can get transferred to a vehicle or an office or you know what I'm like. That's my biggest hurdle of it all. DNA is DNA, but how did it get there, right? Yeah, we'll listen to it one more time. How you doing, R-Whip? I want to say what's up, R-Whip. I came across your video of you and I think it was your sister that you put out. That shit was funny as hell, R-Whip. Good stuff. Good stuff. You guys definitely have some funny personalities. I can't remember who it was. Yeah, but it was earlier this year. Somebody came up and said, what if the car was a decoy? I was like, huh, that's interesting. But, we were looking at different things. It just, I don't know. It doesn't make, we'd have to go into that a little more, I definitely feel like there was more than one, but I don't even know if the car was necessarily parked right there. I think the car was parked somewhere else, honestly. And I think the people that did this crime came from a different part. They didn't come up the driveway. They didn't come up the parking lot.
Well, I still have yet to see Koberger's license plate identified in any of those videos. So I don't know.
That's what I was trying to tell somebody last night that was talking about the vehicle, and I'm like, I went to the Moscow PD releases and what did I showed you a stock photo And like I was saying last night, Amber Alert, kidnapping, anything. You put that plate out as soon as you can if you want to catch the person that committed that crime.
That's
I'm
like,
just saying.
yeah, it's
Just
like
saying.
101. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just you want to catch them and you have the plate, then you put it out. You want to catch somebody and you have the picture of the car, you put it out, right? Because what if it's got a dent in the back left door?
Or something unique to
Like,
that car.
what if it's got a chunk missing out of the hubcap?
It's like it's like a person with a tattoo, a
Right,
certain
exactly.
tattoo. It's like, I
Features that
never understood why they think that. I just felt like this whole thing was just BS. Like, I don't understand. Where's the license plate? Where's the license plate that links him? I don't know.
Mhm. Right, Stardust. And I was bringing up the coffee cup again last night. Like, really, I don't know how else to explain it. You pick up this cup, you don't like it. I pick it up, I like it. I take it home, I do this. Bam, your shit's on my mic. Like, come on now. I'm not saying DNA doesn't exist. DNA is DNA. It's real shit. You know how you get the profile. Yeah, with how you had to get it, you have to manipulate the DNA. You have to add to it in order to get the profile. That's why it's a cold case lab. That's what they specialize in.
Yeah, and it's
I mean,
to narrow in on
how?
a suspect.
But how? They don't have the murder weapon. They don't have the weapon. Just because it's a sheath doesn't mean. Hell, it could be. I mean, look at the injuries that's been reported, right? Different types of injuries. So you're going to tell me, I mean, that could, hey, let me just throw this. Come on now. Just because a sheath's there doesn't mean that's what committed the crime.
And you know what? It's entirely possible that this witness is like a possible co-defendant that got an immunity deal, and the FBI's got this witness, and that this entire thing is just based on a witness testimony, not even Dylan's testimony, but somebody else that we don't know.
Yeah.
And who has immunity.
It is. I mean, yeah, there's, this case, there's always going to be stuff that's coming out, little bits here and there. And we got to thank Steve G for that. He should be highlighted. KW10, you could tell in that last interview that they did, you can tell the difference from mom and dad, right? What they think, and if they think there's more than one involved, and all that, you can tell the difference. And it just, I mean, he knows the details, and he's been keeping quiet for a long time. You know what I mean? Because he has to make sure that justice is being served, and he knows that he can't say certain things. But you can tell in that last interview that there's a lot of stuff that he's been holding back since the very beginning, and he has to, because he has to trust him. He's just getting frustrated, very frustrated. What's up, Joe? And that's what I'm thinking too, Joe. I'm just thinking the people or person parked in the back, if you look up on the bird's eye view of the property and you see that blue car in the parking lot behind the house, I think that's where they parked. I think they came back from the woods back there, and I think they creeped in the frickin' trees to see for the perfect opportunity. That's what I think. I've always thought that. I always thought the trees behind the property were involved. And really, it doesn't take much for you to park back there. Your car doesn't stand out because there's a lot of other cars parked there. Ain't nobody gonna know that's a friend staying, hanging out at somebody's apartment there, right? And then you're right there. You're literally a couple feet from slipping into those trees and ending up behind the property.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all a mystery.
Kevin, if he used the coveralls to hide a Tyvek suit, it wouldn't stop. Yeah, exactly. You're talking particles. Yeah, you can see right in from the hill behind. That's what I'm saying. And when and like I was saying before, when it comes to the lighting with your eyes, right? It's dark outside, it's light inside. You have the lights on. Your the light exposure with your eyes makes it to where you can't see that good out in the dark outside when it comes to a lit property inside where you have lights on. The exposure, the light exposure doesn't, you know what I mean? So you could literally be kicking back a few feet into them trees and they're not going to see you, and you can obviously see everything that's going on through the sliding glass door because there was no curtains on it.
No, right.
You can literally see how many people are walking around. Oh, okay. You can literally see who goes upstairs. You can't see the room that DM was in because it's blocked by the wall in the kitchen, right? But you can see if somebody's going in to go upstairs, and you can also look upstairs because you can see the rooms from upstairs from behind there, and you can see who's going through the kitchen to the living room to then probably going into the bedroom. Like you could see everything that's going on from that vantage point, and they literally wouldn't be able to see you because of the light exposure with your eyes in a room that was lit. And with the DoorDash driver, could have been a perfect opportunity to get in without even having to break in.
Right. And, BK might have been involved somehow, but maybe he didn't know he was involved because they set him up. But
There was a rush to get him into custody, wasn't it? They didn't even ask him to come in for questioning.
I mean, and then the way that they went over to arrest him, it was like you'd think that he was some Unabomber or something. Like they
Right.
just went in there with guns blaring, breaking doors.
And they just got his name like a week or two before that. You know what I'm saying? They were so focused on that the car out in Oregon.
Yeah,
They were so focused on that car. They were all excited. You can see in the press conference, they got their little team together and they went out there traveling, drove a few hours, went and checked it out, came back all depressed, and all of a sudden, boom, BK is the suspect.
I'll just never understand how they arrested that serial killer, Rex, in New York. They arrested him. Yeah, they arrested him just right there on the street, nice, peacefully. Guys with suits came up and arrested him. So that guy was...
That was off his wife's DNA that was found on a victim, not his.
I mean, that's just...
Ain't that crazy?
Yeah. It's just...
Your wife's hair. For real.
This case
now,
just...
how they... But well, man, you read that PCA, that PCA is messed up.
Yeah, I know you didn't want to read it.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. You're right. Our whip. It to me, it always just seemed like, maybe in the very first couple weeks, it was like, okay, one person, but then as you start to get into the case, and I don't even think the upstairs was first.
Yeah,
I don't.
I start to wonder.
I think second floor was first, and then it went to. But that's just one of my own, but I always thought that that's why I've entertained the thought of other people being involved for a long time, since the beginning, the beginning of the year. Like, it just, I mean, I can see the arguments why people think only one. I definitely can, maybe you are that effective. I can't say, but at the same time, when I'm just looking at it, from my own, viewpoint or whatever, it's just like, man, you to not leave your DNA besides the sheath, right? To not have any of your DNA anywhere with that amount, that type, and just quote how long The whole part of the chaos before and after, you're telling me you went to school for forensic and you're going to tell me that you forgot to shut your fucking phone off? You're going to tell me that you're driving down the middle of cities when you could have taken a back way, minimal surveillance, but no, you drove through all sorts of frickin' Pullman and all sorts of Moscow before you even went to the scene of the crime, but somehow you were Baby Jordan when you went inside the house? I don't understand it. How did
Yeah.
you go from chaos to Baby Jordan to fucking chaos after that? It doesn't make sense, especially if you studied it, right? If you studied it, you know.
Well, and initially, I mean, one of the things that was bothering me about BK being a suspect or being arrested, especially in the manner in which he was arrested, is that the things that were coming out about him, which I don't even know if are true, but there were things coming out about him that he was, vegan, and he, he seemed like he was very clean. He was cleaning his apartment in the middle of the night. He just seemed like somebody who was not going to go up and personal and start unaliving people. Just, he just, it doesn't fit. Like, I could see if it was a weapon used, like a gun, like a gun or something, but up and personal, just like that, hand-to-hand combat and just going at it. I don't know. And you know what? He may have been a jerk, because a lot of people with OCD come across that way because they want things their way. It's because they're very particular, and it causes anxiety when they don't have their own particular way. And sometimes they do come across as jerks. And he probably did have some problems with work because of his maybe personality, but that's just my speculation. I don't know.
No, I mean, it all makes sense. It really does. Like, there's so many things that's why I say, like, 75% makes sense and then 25% don't, Like,
Yeah.
really, with a lot of this stuff, that's why there's so many, you could go to any Idaho4 topic show and there could be a completely different topic, where there's so many different scenarios on that one topic, and they could all be plausible,
Yeah.
They really could.
Yeah, and the gag order causes people to speculate. I mean, and that's what, I mean, anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, I just think that it causes people to speculate. And I remember being so frustrated because I follow true crime, and I've always followed true crime. And for some reason, this case really got to me. And I even, it doesn't make sense. And the gag order doesn't help. And the fact that now that the
PCA don't help either,
No, the PCA is so poorly written. It's written, and it actually has some hearsay in it, which actually everybody who saw something or did something needs to have a declaration, an affidavit, and the finding of the sheath, and I don't know. Those types of things are the same in all states, like evidence type of things. There's certain things that are just and it just reads like a bad fiction.
The biggest example is, like you were bringing up, the Long Island SK. Look at that PCA, and then look at the PCA for Koberger.
Yeah,
like completely different PCAs, right? Completely different PCAs. I remember reading the damn thing going, there's so many fucking holes in this. I could see it, because I'm not looking at it like, dude's guilty or he's 100% innocent. No, I'm looking at it like, if I was sitting in that juror's seat, because that's how it's going to be ruled. So why am I not going to approach this case the same way?
Right.
And when I looked at it as a juror, I was like, okay, I could see how there could be holes here and here, and then you come down to it, and at the end of it, basically it was bushy eyebrows, which anybody could be picked out in a lineup for bushy eyebrows. You could say it was this guy. You could sit there on the witness stand and say, those are the eyebrows that give me a fucking break. You come on now.
Yeah,
It's
because
not a fingerprint. It's not a face. It's freaking eyebrows. Anybody, hell, you got a girl and a guy in the body cam, Koberger. You have all these people having bushy eyebrows. It could be any of them right there. There's reasonable doubt. And then for the sheath, when you don't, it's microscopic. Number one. And just because that's placed there, it's why I bring up the coffee cup. It doesn't mean that's what it doesn't mean.
and
So
then we went through that it's basically a tool to rule somebody out or in. Like it's a tool
exactly,
it's like a polygraph. It's not really admissible in court, and I finally understood that.
it's
Um,
a tool to help release people that have been convicted of crimes that they didn't
exactly.
commit. That's what it is. And yet they used it this time to go in and apprehend somebody the way that they did. But I'm not saying dude didn't do it. I'm not at the water cooler. He might have did it. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering how the damn, the sheath.
Yeah.
Maybe he did. Maybe he was part of it. Maybe he was just the driver. I don't know. Maybe he was the guy that was like, all right, team, let's get together. I studied all this and you guys do what I want you to do. I don't freaking know. Maybe they were rubbing on crystals. I don't fucking know. Like, all I know is that the shit sounds sketchy to me. Coffee cup.
Yeah, and the skill level of the people investigating this at the at the Moscow PD, I understand it's a small town, but that's why they get assistance. Like, let's say I'm a baby lawyer and I have a big case, I get assistance from other more experienced people. I help other people like that. But here you have the Idaho State Police and the FBI helping Moscow Police Department, and then it's like, well, we're not really working together. It's a parallel. I mean, we don't have Moscow PD doesn't have the information that the FBI has.
Well, yeah,
They're
we went
supposed to be
through
working
that.
together.
We went through that, and
Yeah.
and we even did the read through, and they were given an example of another case where another agency, which is higher than theirs, couldn't give them information that they needed in a current case, quote, like Koberger's, and so that's why they couldn't provide some of the information.
Well, but in that case, they had more. They had more of a DNA sample than they did in this case.
Right.
So the issue was, and in this case, she had actually expert witnesses testify about why they need that, why they need the information. So, yeah, it's.
You just have to read between the lines with these court hearings, because there's certain things that the defense is doing, and then what you really need to read between the lines is the prosecution, whether it's their responses to what's being requested or their responses to what's being stated. Yeah, I mean, think about it. You're going to use another case in the past that had a higher agency saying that they couldn't release information, just like a case that they're going through right now. And so that's why the prosecution team didn't have the evidence that it needed to be able to supply to the defense. I mean, it's right between the lines right there telling you what the hell's going on. That's why it looks like they're not prepared.
But yeah, but the FBI, and I have total respect for law enforcement always.
100.
But in this particular scenario, the FBI seems to get involved if they don't have the goods. They don't keep records. They're supposedly assisting Moscow PD, so they have to work together. They got to follow rules, and if they just are just there just to be there, and then they get involved,
It's up
they don't
to
have the
Moscow
goods.
PD's discretion what their involvement is when they're asked to join, because there's two things. The agents, they either take over or they
Right.
assist.
And in this
And
case, they assisted, right?
which means the local enforcement reaches out, because it's almost like I'm going to reach out to you so then I can dictate what you can help it, because the higher agency can be like, yo, you need to look at this, and it's up to the local to be like, nah, we don't really need to. And there's nothing that the higher agency can do
But
unless
the
they
higher,
take over.
right? But why
Then
is the
it's
higher
completely different.
agency? But why, if true, if the FBI did not take over this case, which they did not, it seems like, why would they be sending letters to Mr. SG about back off? They're not the if they're not in charge, why would they be doing that?
Because they were out there for a reason before this crime even took place. They have their own investigation going on, and maybe some of the stuff that he's might, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want, how do you explain it without,
Well, it's kind of like, keep your
there's another
investigations separate.
investigation going on, and there was an investigation. It's kind of like Delphi, right? Do you think that Delphi, you think that's when they started looking into Keegan Klein?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about that
No,
case.
they were looking into Keegan Klein before Delphi, and Delphi took place.
Yeah, but still,
Not that it was their fault, but what I'm saying is there's bigger investigations going on. There's other things that happen that they might not realize or even taking place, because it's, even though it's slightly connected, it's not.
yeah, but
And
in my opinion, they need to separate it. They're pretty they can do that. There's a way where they can have a separation of these investigations, and then they may overlap, and to the extent that they overlap, well, it's the person in charge of the particular investigation. Like, for example, if they overlap on a certain issue, certain evidentiary issue, well, it depends on who is seeking information. Is it the parallel investigation, or is it the people in this investigation? So here you have Steve Goncalves seeking information about his child's murder. Okay, he's not going after the parallel investigation. Now, whether that may affect the parallel investigation is a different story, but it should be explained. I mean, I don't, I just feel like it's not fair. You have this parallel investigation going on. You have 30 FBI agents there that were already there. Okay, so let's be real.
I've heard more than that.
Yeah, I mean,
I've heard a lot more than that.
and you
almost double.
had officers right down the street when talking to these kids on the band field, and the house is just right around the corner. It's right, it's right there, and all this shit takes
Right.
place.
Yeah, that's why. Because, shout out Unravel. We did a deep dive on the Grub Truck. It was like 5 episodes. And that's why I want to go through. I've been wanting to do the body cam deep dive since we did the Grub Truck deep dive, because I feel like all that shit, there was a lot more going on. Just even with, think about it, the investigation that was taking place when we did the deep dive of the Grub Truck. There is, I'm not going to say right now, because I've chilled in Grub Truck live streams recently. They're cool. They're funny. You know what I mean? It's cool. Back then, when we were doing the Grub Truck deep dive, there was a lot of disgusting stuff going on. A lot of disgusting stuff going on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And you and Unravel kind of got really into it, and it was very interesting. And I know some of the creators might think that that's crazy, like, why are you analyzing everything? But actually, when you do, it's I mean,
It's
just the
from a
little
different
things.
perspective, right?
Yeah, it's the little things. Like, I know Unravel, one of her videos or something, said, look at, this is where it changed, where the girl's demeanor changed. Where Kaylee and Maddie's demeanor changed. And you if you look at that, I mean, if you're not paying attention to anybody's demeanor, well, it's not going to make sense. But if you pay attention to the demeanor and their body language, it did change. you know, and so it's all these little things that, you know, I mean,
They
come
don't
on.
lie. Body
No,
movements don't
no,
lie.
no.
Twerks, don't lie. Like I was telling somebody the other day, like they were like, "You wouldn't know when I was lying." I said, "There's always a telltale sign." I said, your left cheek could flinch a little bit. You don't even know because you don't even think about it. But
But
yet,
there's
when I'm
something
sitting there
different.
watching you
Yeah.
say it, and I could see the little, I, you don't know. Everybody has signs that they don't know.
Yeah. And
You know what I mean? Body movement
it's,
says a lot.
yeah,
It
so
it
that,
don't lie.
yeah, and that was like hours before they were unalived. So why wouldn't it be relevant? And when we go into the MPD TipLine, there's more about that. But anyway, so does everybody want to hear the video again, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna play
Okay.
it one more time. For sure. Unravel, did you want to hop back up on panel? Let me know. And I'm gonna be, I know it's been a couple months, but I've already decided if I don't start it this weekend, I'm definitely start it Monday. I'm gonna be doing the body cam deep dive stuff. I mean, it's probably gonna be 5 or 6 episodes, and just letting you guys know it's probably gonna be 5 or 6. I might do some at night, do some during the day, my different shows. So I'll be doing some during the daytime, some at nighttime. So that way the people that aren't able to join either one are still included and able to be involved. So we're going to listen to this Howard Blum audio article again one more time for y'all that had hopped in and had missed it. Here's the link again if you'd like it for yourself. We're going to listen to it one more time. And Unravel, let me know if you want to hop back up here. All right, so we'll go ahead and play this. Let me switch to it. Take some notes, and we'll discuss it a little more before we move on to some of the other stuff tonight. And thank you all for hopping in. I appreciate you hanging out.
Killer Brian Koberger for us.
All right, Howard, welcome to the show.
Nice to speak with you again.
Okay, you've got another firecracker of a installment this week about what's happening out in Idaho with the murder. Tell us a little bit about, this is a story really about what happens to a father with his grief and where he puts it. So tell us a little bit about the father, Steve Goncalves.
At the heart of this entire tragic story are families. And you think about how families try to deal with the loss of a child. And I discuss how a couple of the families try to deal with it. For example, Xana's father just has this sort of stoic resignation. The Chapins set up a benevolent charity and try to make the best of it. But Kaylee's father, Steve Goncalves, does not want to surrender to events. He wants to be a detective, in effect. He wants to help the police crack the case. And even more than that, he believes in his heart that the police haven't been doing enough. So he's been going off on his own with his older daughter's help, Olivia, and they've been trying to put pieces of the case together. And in the course of doing this, they've uncovered some fantastic information.
So tell us about that fantastic information. It truly is startling.
And he's uncovered several things. First, he's found that the police have a receipt of Koberger buying a Dickies work suit, which is a work suit that covers you from your neck to your legs and your arms. And the police are now hypothecating that Koberger wore this work suit, this Dickies work suit, which he bought for $49.99 at a Walmart in Pullman, Washington. He wore this during the killings. And then afterwards, he took it off, threw it into his trunk, perhaps in a garbage bag. And that's why there was no blood in his apartment or in his car. And again, the police have this receipt. And then Steve's investigation has also found out some more evidence. Since the beginning of this case, one of the great mysteries is, and has been, 2 roommates survived. One of them, according to a police affidavit, saw the killer walk through the house. She stares at him, and then she goes back to her room. And for the next 8 hours, nothing happened. Well, according to what Kaylee's father has found, there has been evidence presented to the grand jury that says that these 2 roommates during the course of this murder were texting to one another, and that at one point they even sent a text saying, "Oh my gosh, I think someone's being killed." And if this is accurate, because again, this is what Steve has found at the grand jury, if it's accurate, it raises a really troubling question. They knew that something was happening in the house, if they suspected that someone was being murdered, why did they wait 8 hours before informing the police? That is one of the great mysteries of this story, and one that Steve is trying to find. And Steve has also discovered something else. He's found that the prosecution and the authorities are sitting on a witness. What this witness knows, what this witness has seen, remains a large mystery. Steve set out to try to talk to this witness to discover this for himself. He really is determined to get to the bottom of the things. And then something totally strange happens. The FBI sends a letter to his lawyer, who's Shannon Gray, Steve Goncalves' lawyer, saying that back off. This witness came to us under a edict on a tip line saying that we would protect his confidentiality. And if you try to contact him, if you in any way reveal his identity, then you will be in violation of federal laws. And Steve felt he had no choice but to back off. And at the end, all he can say, there's a lot more to this story than the media knows at this point. And this mystery has remained, and it hovers over this entire tragedy. And Steve, I believe, rather courageously, is trying to get to the bottom of things.
Can you tell us anything more about who this potential witness may be?
The potential witness is a real mystery. The only time it's been mentioned is to the grand jury. The grand jury sessions are sealed. The fact that it's not a rumor is substantiated by Shannon Gray, Steve's lawyer, receiving a letter from federal authorities telling him to back off. If it's so important that he has to back off, one has to wonder what it is. And it's just another mystery in a case that's filled with mysteries. I mean, the major question for all these months is coming up to a year since these murders occurred. And still, we really don't have a handle. We being anyone, even the authorities, it seems, have a handle on why. Why did these killings take place? Were they aimed at one of the victims? Were they aimed at just the house? Was it just happenstance? This is an answer that any curious individual that reporters want to get to the bottom of. For a family who lost a child, it's an issue of supernal consequence.
So, Howard, I mean, obviously every prosecution wants to keep things close to the vest in order to keep the defense from knowing everything. And I can understand a father's determination to find the answers. Is there any world where he's going to compromise the prosecution's ability to win this case by putting information out there that they might want not out there?
I think as a reporter that gag orders, especially such a prohibitive one as in this case, are detrimental to the truth coming out. And I think that Steve taking this on his own and going out, trying to get to the bottom of the things, he's performing the sort of function that reporters usually do. And I think in this sort of judicial darkness, the truth is buried and rumors just profligate. And I think there've been enough rumors on this case. That's one of the things when Steve begins his investigation. He gets so many leads. He gets a lead from a man in prison, a convict. And it seems quite promising. The convict makes an elaborate but very believable story. And Steve spends several months working with a private detective, going down this rabbit hole, trying to get to the bottom of the thing. At the end, he realizes it's phony, so he keeps on going. He also receives videos, and these videos allege that there were different cars in the area or different people. Sounds have been superimposed on the King Road house at night, and these videos are allegedly taken from light bulb cameras, CCTV surveillance, and these are very elaborate fraud. And the idea that there are people out there who are taking the time and energy to create these doctored videos is surprising and horrid. And again, it's also reason why this gag order is detrimental to getting at the truth, and why Steve's quest is something I think to be admired and applauded. I feel filled with respect for a father who refuses to surrender to the horrible events of his daughter's death.
Last question, Howard. October 2nd has come and gone. That was originally the date the trial was supposed to start. It's been postponed. Any sense of when this trial may begin, what we're looking at?
It's a question that people who are covering the case ask every day. And that, again, is exemplary of the vacuum of information that exists on this case. Is the trial going to be postponed for 6 months, or a year, or even 2 years? Steve Goncalves believes it could perhaps be as long as 2 years. And that means he and his family are going to be living in this nether state for at least 2 more years, not knowing why their daughter was murdered. I think the fact that the prosecution and the defense have not publicly come out with a trial date is very disturbing.
Well, Howard, it's a brilliant piece of reporting.
Yep. Dickie's work suit receipt sitting on a witness. Steve tried to reach out to talk to them. FBI sends him a letter telling them to back off, that they got information from a tip line and promised anonymity.
They got an information from a tip line for which investigation? For the Idaho4?
Yeah.
So the FBI has a tip line for the Idaho4?
No, the tip line from the Moscow PD.
See, that's what's so strange to me. Seems...
No, the tip line from the Moscow PD is what... where is that link?
The one that's still existing now?
Yeah, that tip line. Let me show that real quick. Let's see here. Yeah, this tip line right here. Detectives are looking for context to the events and people. Whoa. And people involved in these unalivings, the King Road. To assist with the ongoing investigation, any odd or out of the ordinary events that took place should be reported. Our focus in the investigation, not the activities. Your information, whether you believe it is significant or not, might be the piece of the puzzle that helps investigators solve these unalives. Talking about King Road has the tip line, the phone number, the email, and the digital media.
For the FBI, digital media, FBI.
Yep, FBI.gov, Moscow, Idaho.
Okay, so if they're going to get involved in that, then they need to get involved with the paperwork that they're supposed to have. I don't know.
Well, it's like I always thought.
It upsets
like
me.
I always thought they went hot potato. Hot potato. Come on. When you're going from unalive, self-unalive, you don't have the parking lot blocked off, your shit's constantly like, you know what I mean? It's like, whoa, hot potato. You know, hot potato. We'll give you some information. We'll give you a little help, but we ain't being tied up into this. Shoddy.
Yeah, well.
Shoddy. I wouldn't want to be a part of it either, honestly.
I mean, the optics were not good. I mean, I'm not a police officer, so I don't know. But, I mean, the optics were not good just based on what the layperson knows.
I'd like to give a quick update to the community. Starting Friday morning, we are going to be bringing in a professional cleaning crew to go to the residents and begin cleaning. Part of the reason we're doing that is because of biohazards as well as chemicals that were used during the investigation. So there will be activity over at that residence on King Road.
This is 12/29/22.
I'd like to update everybody on the amount of tips that we've received. Number one, because we've received a lot more tips here recently and we're continuing to investigate those and follow up on those. We've received over 19,650 tips. Email-wise, 9,025 of those have come in. Phone-wise, 4,575. And we've received over 6,050 digital tips. We want to thank the community for all their help and thank everybody across the nation for the help that they've given us.
And you know what's crazy? Is, you know, this whole talk about the witness and us saying, you know what, it could easily be the DNA that they used to get the profile could be the witness, right? Because that can be considered as a witness.
True.
This is what's crazy is when BK supposedly said, who else, has anyone else been arrested for the crime? The whole time they talk witness, maybe it is this person. Maybe this other person you know,
Yeah, I
has something that they don't need. That, hey, we just needed the cold case to come up with a profile so we could go. But if this witness has this evidence, well, why then would you need to send it to a cold case lab?
I don't know. I just
Like, what could this evidence be? And then it makes me also wonder, because, when Steve was talking about a receipt for a Dickies work suit, right?
mhm.
Remember a long time ago when Steve had an interview and he said that they received a package and they felt that it pertained to the case, so they reached out to Moscow PD and they had to sign over the property in order for Moscow PD to accept the package to then investigate it.
I vaguely remember that. But I
Oh,
do
yeah.
remember something like that.
Yeah. He said they got a package, they had to sign it over because they got a package, they felt it was relevant to the crime. They had to sign over the package to the local LE in order for them to then take custody, for them to investigate said item. What was that?
You know, I vague gosh,
Oh, it
I
happened.
vaguely
Oh, it happened.
remember that.
It happened.
Yeah,
Right? Yeah.
so what would it be?
Anybody has the press conference or
No,
the
I'm sure it
interview where he
happened.
said it, please send it to me. I know
It's
I
my
have like
memory.
2,000 videos for my Idaho4 folder, and to try and it would take me like 15 minutes to try. I don't want to
But
waste.
I do recall something about
Yeah, he
they
said
had
it.
to sign it over. Something about that. Yeah, I did.
Because that's,
It
to
just
me,
didn't take me.
it was early on too. It was early
Yeah.
on because when I heard that, I was like, what the hell did the person, because this is before BK was even arrested. This is how early it was. Before BK was even arrested, I was going, what the hell did this person send something to them to taunt them? Because
Wow.
what else, seriously, what else would, when you receive a package and you go, I think it was pertaining to the crime, and then you have to sign it over to turn it over. In my mind back then, I'm going, what evidence could that have been? Really, what evidence could it have been? You tell me, other
Well,
than something that had.
yeah, I think I remember. I don't know. In my mind, I remembered. I was thinking, is it some kind of a like? I think I thought maybe, and this sounds horrible, but I thought, is it some kind of like body part or something?
Or a
I don't know why I
keepsake.
thought that.
It could be any item. I thought, because there was a.
Yeah.
I even thought it was like a personal item that they would have taken from somebody and sent it as a taunt. I just, what, like, seriously, what other evidence could it have been? Like, what? What
You know,
evidence could it have been?
I remember that maybe that came out around the time that they had somebody that was talking about the case. He said he was close to the investigation, and everybody's speculating that it might be Kohlberger that was the one that was saying, I have sources close to the investigation, and I'm, it was like this weird cryptic video. I kind of remember that in the same time when he received that package, so it was like in December sometime. But
It was before BK was arrested. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. Yeah, gaslighting. It just, like I said, way more, like he said, there's way more than what people think or what's being.
And the trigger here is that anybody who's been gaslighted or who's ever even suffered something similar to gaslighting, or if there is anything similar, it triggers you because you're like, I'm not stupid, like don't feed me this, like. And so it's triggering for some people like me. It just like it's like you're trying to push this narrative down my throat, and I'm sorry, it just doesn't fit. Like,
I'm not going to buy this until, and then it gets worse and worse and worse the more you look into it, that the mainstream media, I stopped watching that. I started watching people on YouTube, and that's how I got into this.
Yeah.
But it's a massive gaslighting effect that they want the public to, accept. And I can't accept it. I mean, I don't know if BK's guilty or not. I don't know. And he may be. Maybe there are other people involved. I don't know. Or maybe he got caught up in it unknowingly. Who knows? But definitely very triggering case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it makes me wonder even more, like, with the stuff that he's coming out. I want to know, what was that package? What was the package that you felt was pertaining to the case that you had to sign over? Was it this Dickey's receipt? Did somebody send the Dickey's receipt? I don't, what, who knows?
I thought they found the Dickey's receipt in his apartment.
I don't know. I'm using it just as an example. Like, what could it have been? Like, it could have been a ring. It could have been, who knows? Who knows? What evidence other than a taunt could it have been? Really? That's what I want to know. What, other than a taunt, what evidence could it have been where the family says, I think this has something to do with the crime and we're going to transfer it over the custody of the package or whatever?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I gotta remember when that came out, because I think it was around the same time. I think it was around the same time that this creepy guy had a video that was like he was talking into a phone and saying, well, sources close, I'm close to the investigation, and blah blah blah, I have some inside information. Anyway, I just kind of linking those together for some reason in my head.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it was some kind of love letter. Really? Like, what? Seriously? Like, it?
Yeah, we don't know if it was a video.
It was either assistance or a taunt. I mean, it's one or the other. Maybe they knew that Ellie. Maybe they felt Ellie wasn't doing good enough, and so they sent it to the dad because they know that he was out there giving us the information. That where we were starting to go like, okay, it already didn't make sense from the get-go when they said unalive, cell phone alive. That didn't make no damn sense. I'm sorry. That's the whole reason why I started talking about this case, is because I saw that interview or the statement from the parking lot, and I'm going, that's dumb. Like, who in the fuck comes to that conclusion?
Well, yeah, like, I'm
for real.
Now I gotta go find that. I do remember that.
Like, who in the hell comes to that conclusion? I better talk about this case. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, I'm talking true crime instead of moon landings and shit. For real. like, for real. Yeah, for real.
Well, I know. I got a little crazy with this case, and I mean, I'm not crazy, but I just can't. I can't. Something's wrong, and it's really wrong. And just that website, the website that still has the tips. It's like they want to know the context in which this crime was committed. Well, the context is a college town. The context is there's a lot of people who have drug problems in that area. The context is there's a lot of college kids who are, having some problems and, passing away. Not a lot. I mean, I don't know what's a lot, but there are certainly, some kids that are having those issues. And so the context, I don't know. If you want to know the context in which it occurred, you should evaluate the events leading up to the murder. I mean, the unaliving, sorry. That's just...
I'm just saying, and then you can see it all goes hand in hand. The coroner interviews with them going from unalive, self-unalive. It's almost like, you know, you could literally watch all of the interviews and the statements from the first month and a half, and you could just see how it just both of them just contradiction.
Yeah, and I mean some contradiction, because it's something that happened that doesn't normally happen in that, something so tragic. But it was just over and over. It's just over and over again. And then this, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, and I may be biased. I may have a bias or in this case or whatever. But the Fry, he's the chief of police, right? Fry. He always has this look like it's a smile, like something.
A smirk.
I don't. Yeah, there's something underlying his when he talks. He talks with this. I don't know.
Like a squint in the eye type of thing.
And the little
Or-
curve of the mouth, like,
Yeah.
like, and it's like, why are you doing that? I like why like you're saying,
Maybe it's nervousness, you know.
Well, it could
'Cause,
be.
like I said,
It's
they were
true.
they were probably just used to freaking noise complaints and underage alcohol tickets. They're not used to somebody coming in and
That's very, very true. It could be nervousness.
they're just used to, hey, turn your music down. All right, don't make us come back. All of a sudden, boom, this crime takes place, and they're all like, shit. I mean, think about it. They had to, because you see them all standing outside when they first showed up, and you see people inside. Is anybody wearing booties inside the door? No.
Yeah, and these are
No.
things that people would expect because they've seen TV and
Like
they
nobody's
know
even
about
wearing
things.
booties.
And
No wonder you could
the
get
fact,
a DNA. Off
on the
floor.
one hand, they're saying that the area is safe, and then on the other hand, they still have that tip line up, and they're still looking for the context in which these unalivings occurred. And it's like if somebody was considering sending their kid to, the University of Idaho, I would certainly want to know, why do we still have that tip line, and what do you mean by context? I mean.
Yeah, why do you still have the tip line?
Yeah, and then
It doesn't
that
make sense.
frequently asked questions, where they have all those people listed that these are not people who are suspects. These are not, like, you can cross these people off your list, and they don't even give names. They just state descriptions of people. It's just bizarre.
Hey, Brandy Wine, you sent me a picture and email. Do you want to let me know what this is? So what's this photo? And yeah, that's why I was going into Sigma Chi, and I need to go into Kappa for the members only stuff. I'm just trying to kind of get through this fire shit and kind of do a little bit of each. Make sure I'm here. Sorry, I was busy today. Yeah, let me know what this picture is, and then Kelly, yeah, go ahead and send me the link of that news clip where it shows that he says about the package. I appreciate that. And then we're gonna go into J for Justice. She went in, and shout out to her. She went into the other article for the airmail. I will send that link to you guys real quick. Yeah, let me know what that picture means. So this is the article I'm going to share with you guys. J for Justice went into it, so we're going to watch her video regarding this article, but I want to share it with you guys so you guys have the article for yourself. And then yeah, let me know what this picture means, Brandywine. It's all weird, right, Joe? I'm about ready to get a top off of my K-cup. It's kind of getting low, and we still got a few more hours to go tonight. So if you guys are up late, you're going to enjoy it because we're going to be up for a long time tonight. We're going to be going through different parts as well. How late? What time is it over there? It's what, 7 o'clock or something? For you,
On my time, it's 7:42.
Yeah, 7:42.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, got plenty to go, and it all is very sus. And Unravel, if you're still in chat, let me know. We can always switch to the grub truck and then get to some of this other stuff too, because I'll be up late. I'm not sure about you, so just let me know. Oh, it's all good. Typically unique. Trust me, I'm going to be having more shows. I'm going to be starting that body cam deep dive stuff, and that's going to be a lot more episodes than Grub Truck. If you never watched the Grub Truck deep dive and you're bored, go check it out, because me and Unravel, we dug pretty deep into it. And there's a lot of creepy shit going on, and I have a feeling it's all connected with body cams and everything that took place.
The context of the unalivings.
So I think the photo is Guy's house next to 1122.
Well, yeah, there was a white Hyundai Elantra that was, or I don't know if it was an Elantra, but a white Hyundai that somebody owned in that area, and I think it might have been Jack D, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, we just went through the Howard Blum article, Crime, Lies, and Videotape. We already went through it, so thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that typically. Thank you. Yeah, we already went through the Howard Blum stuff. We actually spent 2 hours on it. So I thought it was pretty telling. Very interesting. Looks like he's wearing your hat in the pic. Ain't nobody got this hat, lady. Oh, that's it. I love it though. I like it. It's got my YouTube Evil CJ on it. It's great. Yeah, we're going to be doing the body cam stuff. I'm going to be doing day shows and night shows. So if somebody can only join during the day or can only join during the night, everybody's going to be able to be involved in it. So there might even be some days where I do it in my daytime show and I do it in my nighttime show as well. Would be a good way to knock it out real quick. That's for sure. Bread, whatever. That's funny. I have tons more. Sorry. Oh, you're fine, Brandywine. But it's a pic I found that's now been deleted or
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I saw initially, like right after it happened, that I could no longer find.
Interesting.
And I didn't think to save it. I was just interested in the crime, and I started like looking around, and I saw a lot of pictures, but I never saw them again. Very strange.
All right, so this is and thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. This is the clip of Steve G talking about the package. Thank you again. Give me 1 second here. All right, so we'll watch this real quick. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. And thank you again, Kelly, for the link.
Good evening, America, and welcome to this special edition of Cross Country in Moscow, Idaho. Tonight,
again, this is from December 4th, 2022. This is before
we are in front of the Moscow Police Department, and you may be asking why. It's been about 3 weeks since the horrific stabbing death of 4 college students at the University of Idaho. 3 weeks since we lost Zayna, Maddie, Kaylee, and Ethan. 3 weeks, and still the police have no suspect or person of interest. The community has been left in limbo.
Typically unique, if I remember correctly, because again, this is from December 4th. I'm pretty sure that there is some good questions being asked.
More confusion and more questions. We are on the hunt for answers for them. Moscow deserves
December 4th.
Answers. The students of the university deserve answers. These 4 young innocent victims
thank you, Stardust.
deserve answers, and so
Appreciate you.
do their families. So let's start there. Joining me now on set, the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, Christy and Steve Gonzalez. Thank y'all.
And you can already tell he's very freaking frustrated already.
The parents of Kaylee. Thank y'all.
They're doing it out in the cold. Look at them. They're uncomfortable as hell. Sorry, StreamYard's kind of bugging. I'm pausing it and I'm just rewinding in a second. Come on. Come on. Come on, work. I know, they're cold, right?
So let's start there. Joining me now on set, the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, Christy and Steve Gonzalez. Thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong for the public. Christy, you called the person that did this the boogeyman.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and that's happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Just crawling in bed.
Every
and
girl
the
in
boogeyman
America
comes.
knows what that's
The
like.
boogeyman doesn't, meet you at McDonald's. I mean, the boogeyman comes and snatches you out of your bedroom.
Steve, we've been talking. I've been talking to folks in the community. You said something that stuck with me. You said, until this person is caught, you can't sleep in your bed.
No, I can't just lay in my bed and do nothing. That's not the way I raised my family. That's not the way I raised my girls and my son. You don't be a victim. You stand up for yourself and you do everything in your power to make sure people hear you. And they're gonna hear Kaylee. They're gonna hear Maddie. They're gonna hear these.
The other two as well.
Yes.
All of them.
I'm careful saying anything about them because I need to be careful because I can't speak on somebody else's child. But these two girls, I'm not trying to be a glory hound, but these two girls, I'm going to do what I can do. And we're not being victims. We're going to fight. We're going to figure out how to make sure that we hold everybody, accountable, and we keep eyes and attention on this and get this thing resolved.
Steve, you have made it very clear to our audience that you are supportive of law enforcement. You support the investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. What does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making
Good
things
question.
happen. And those people are like lawyers and they don't want to say anything. And they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit. So the officers, they look me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can. But somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out. They're like, don't do that.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush.
Right.
You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things.
Right.
But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
When was the last time y'all heard from the police?
Thursday,
we looked at our phone records. We want to be accurate. We don't want to sell anyone out.
About 3 o'clock on Thursday.
And did y'all get an update from the police about the investigation?
There was nothing. We have no updates for you.
There was no update. They needed me to sign a waiver form so that they could investigate something.
Some mail.
That was mail related. So we're working with them. We're not selling them out.
See?
We love our law support.
The FBI, everybody that's here. We just have no information as family, and it gets tough day after day after day. I mean, every day you just wake up and think today's the day. We're going to hear something, and you see these, there's a break in the case, and it'll just be something stupid.
The sixth person on the lease that was never there. Stop playing games. This is serious. These are people's lives, and this is the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't.
Right.
So I'm serious.
I had the opportunity to speak to some of my sources, and I've been told that there were differences in the way that the victims were killed. Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who. We asked specifically, and they said, we'll try to get that information to you. And they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
See?
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's
They don't.
and Kaylee's cause of death it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to
may
go
have
up
been
the
target.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it. It wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in a box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation, because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was
Yeah, it's
horrific
heartbreaking.
for those roommates that were there as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me that it may have well been preserved because the phone was passed around between one of the fraternity members and the girls. One of them unfortunately witnessed the death, the body there. Can you confirm that?
We cannot actually. We know nothing about that whole phone call. We've asked, and it's, I mean, I know that a lot of people want to know, but that's just not our agenda. We just are like, somebody called 911, somebody was reported unconscious. We don't really know. I mean, we've heard so many different things and nothing has been clarified or been told to us at all. And I mean, I don't know if I personally have asked anything about that. I don't know if you have asked that, but we know that this is getting 3 weeks in and it's starting to get, we don't want it to go cold. We're reaching out. I've reached out to friends down in California today.
You know, and why was somebody called for an unconscious person when we just heard tonight that Steve G is saying that he knows of text messages from one person to another stating, oh my gosh, I think someone's being unalived. Well, then why in the hell is somebody being called as unconscious? The shit just don't make any sense. And like they're saying right here, they're told one thing and then the next day they come out and they're told something else coming out from the media. Contradictions since the get-go.
That have connections that we're hoping to raise some money to get a reward, to get a private investigator.
Third party.
Why go the private route? Do y'all worry that
this whole
at the end of this
interview is so
week,
telling
that this case may be
100%.
cold?
We're scared.
When you
We're
tell me you
scared.
don't want a photo up there with the reward offering
Right.
information, that kind of sounds like you're trying to like suppress the story. I mean, why do you not need help?
Right.
But hey, I could be wrong.
Right.
And you officers, I apologize if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
No.
Please forgive me. Please forgive me.
No,
But if
you're not
if you
wrong.
don't have the information, people do know. If they don't, then you
Give
know
us
the
something.
community. This is a community that is IT based. These guys live a digital footprint like we've never.
Right.
All of us older people, we don't know how much that digital footprint could be helpful. So that's what we ask for. I hope like a DNA
Crying for help,
family
you know?
lineage, if they could come out here and just start taking, this town is not that big. We could figure out this, and it might not be him. It might be a family member. We have family all going to the school together. You know, there's cousins, there's aunts, there's uncles. We could find this guy
Those,
just with volunteers.
lineage companies were,
Put Idaho on the map.
Christy, Steve, we're going to stay on this case.
Thank you.
We're not
Thank you.
going anywhere.
Thank you.
You guys have been candid with us. We'll keep asking questions. Any resource that we have available, our audience is praying for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Yeah, I'm going to listen to it again right before they get to the package part. All right? Because he's just asked them if they're frustrated. They get to the package part and then it just one thing after another. That's why and thank you again, Kelly. I appreciate you sending this to me and I didn't have to dig for it. Exactly, Yoli. Like the whole time. And one topic and the next topic and the next topic and just like, holy shit. Now, when you're talking about the lineage companies, I'm not sure. We're going to listen to it again. All right. Where's this comment here? Somebody put in a comment. Come on, StreamYard. Yeah, typically unique. About how they didn't have to go up the stairs, right? Right before that, they're talking about how the injuries don't match up, and they were told that it was a target. Then the next day, they came out in the media and said that they feel that it wasn't a targeted individual, that it was the home. And then he says, but they didn't even have to go upstairs. Now that makes you wonder, are they saying that the target was on the second floor? They knew, or they were told that one specific person was the target, but they couldn't tell them who. But yet he's saying that they didn't even have to go upstairs. Why is he saying they didn't have to go upstairs?
Right.
Because
I've
they weren't a
always,
target,
yeah,
right?
I've always thought like
That's
they didn't have to go upstairs. They had what they needed at the first or second floor. Like they didn't have to go up to the third floor. That's how I took it. But it's hard
why I
to
think
tell
the second
because
floor always took place first.
yeah, and it's hard to know because he's grieving and he's saying things. So we don't. I mean, but I've always thought that maybe I have my thoughts, my own private thoughts about it, but the second floor seems suspect to me. And I don't know if you all saw the pictures. There was like a handprint in one of the windows on the second floor, a bloody handprint. And I don't know if
I
anybody.
didn't see a hand. I didn't see that. I saw red stuff on the wall. I didn't see the handprint. One of the pictures that the news organizations took, where it shows through because there's a video where you can see him walking around, and there's obviously something by the stairs because they look over the stairs.
Yes.
And on the other side of the stairs by the corner where the Good Vibes light is at, you can see
Yes.
people like kneeling down and looking down and taking photos. So there's something right there too.
There's something there, right?
Right.
There was a handprint, but it
Handprint,
wasn't bloody. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw a handprint. But
Yeah, I
the
just thought
fact that
that's
they were there in the second floor looking at things, I don't know. It's like, why, if it happened in their rooms? Like,
well, I always thought that the person was downstairs first and went upstairs and was in the other room
well,
and waited.
and I mean, my opinion is that it was sort of, and it's just my opinion, just because I look at the circumstances and I can only speculate, so it's my opinion, but that it was like an ambush. You had people up at the top of the balcony, people at the bottom, sliding glass door, and people at the front door. There was like a.
How many people do you think?
No, I think there was probably, I think, and this is just speculation, 3 to 5 people.
It's all speculation because we're not at the water cooler.
Yes, and I don't want to, like, like create rumors and stuff like that. I just always felt like this was like an ambush. Like, they're not getting away. Nobody is. And it was like, there's just, I just feel that it was like that. Like, like, this is, an ambush, like, and that's why their injuries are different, because it may have been done by different people, or it may have been done by one person with a different weapon, but it certainly just causes concern only because if there was a parallel investigation going on,
What the hell is this parallel investigation doing, putting kids in jeopardy? If that's the case, I mean, did this parallel investigation somehow put these kids in jeopardy? Like, I don't know that.
I don't know. I could see how there's a connection, but they weren't focused on that part of it, you know, because you're focused on a different. Not that it's directly involved, but it is connected in a small way. Whether it's a person who is involved or something to that effect. But I could see how, you know, if you're investigating this group, you might not know what this other group or whatever is doing.
Well, that was strange because
And
in the Banfield camera, the cameras that the cops had in the Banfield area, you have the guy come up. He just kind of comes up to the cop, and he's the one with the big bushy eyebrows. They look fake. He comes up to the cop, and the cop says, "Are these your guys?" He says, "Are those your guys?" Like, what do you mean? Why? Like, is that why you're coming up to me to tell me that those are your guys? Like, I don't know. Like, he did say that. He said, "Are those your guys?"
yeah, I'll be going into that body cam stuff. There's a lot. I don't know. I feel like the stuff that took place at the grub truck, we'll see it kind of intertwine with what happens in the background of the body cam. Because I definitely feel like, and it might even go more with what you're feeling with how many people were involved, because I definitely feel there's some creepy shit going on, all right? And we uncovered it in the grub truck. I'll just call it the group. And it's a bunch of individuals that.
Yeah, no.
How do I put it? They basically pay for pleasure, I guess, in a way, and they use it through the Twitch grub truck. Okay. And
yeah, okay,
any one of
yeah.
them could have been watching it on a phone sitting in their car parked right around the street. And when it comes to all that, I definitely feel like with what was taking place in the background, the shady characters and stuff, the different things that were going on, you hear the certain vehicles that are going by, you hear those types of sounds in other videos that you've watched before. So it's like, was there people not only watching the Twitch stream, but doing a loop around the property and the grub truck?
Yeah, I know. You know what? It's really, really scary because I just, intuition, and that's nothing to anybody, but my intuition tells me this was like nobody's getting out of this house. Like they're, and whether the two that were spared, I don't know why they were spared, but I do know that nobody was going to get out of that house. So whoever was in that house was going to stay there, whether alive or deceased. That's just my opinion.
I don't know. It's from these text messages of what came out in that Howard Blum article tonight. It sounds to me like they kept quiet, shut the doors, locked it, and were messaging back and forth. And so,
but
somebody that comes in that property who says they're not going to see a door that's locked and go, okay, maybe they're out partying.
Right. And, you never know. And, but, I just don't understand how SG would have gotten some information about the grand jury, what was presented to the grand jury, because that's really, yeah. Or he said at the Harvard Bloom, that podcast, he said that SG, something about evidence that was presented to the grand jury about texts, between Dylan and Bethany or something like that.
Yeah, and then he somehow found out the person who was the witness and tried to contact them because he wanted to talk to him, and then that prompted the agency to send him a letter telling him to back off. We received this witness from the tip line, and we promised them anonymity.
Well, anonymity is
So how
one
did
thing,
he
but
even find out?
yeah,
Right?
and the anonymity, it's like if you're gonna put somebody to the death penalty, that person who's being put to the death penalty has a right to confront his accusers. I mean, if you have an anonymous tip, and that's what led you to this guy, that's what led you to do everything. Well, I think if I'm facing the death penalty, I'm going to want to find out who that anonymous tip is. I mean, I don't know how that works, but you do definitely constitutionally have a right to confront your accusers. So I'm a little confused. And it may not even be true. This may be just media talking, But Howard Bloom is.
I don't know. Like I said, like you can tell in each of like with the last interview they did on what was it on that special that came out that we got shut down for.
Or the 48 hours?
Yeah. On that one.
Mm-hmm.
When the mom was saying the autopsy was like a horror, every line was like a horror movie, right? And how they didn't think that they would ever read these words on that piece of paper. That
was terrible.
You could tell from that interview, obviously they're not knowing anything that's new other than what, like somehow they found out this witness. But I think they found out the witness way back here when this was taking place. Right here, I think, is when all of that stuff was taking place. All of the stuff that they were coming out and saying in the recent interview on the 48 hours and anything that's going to come out, I feel is the stuff that they already knew back then, the stuff that they were told not to say nothing, and they've been sitting on these feelings and thoughts this whole time, and they're watching these court proceedings taking place, and they're seeing the prosecution go, well, how could we supply something if we don't have it?
And I wasn't prepared to discuss
going,
the other
"What the
DNA,
hell?"
the other male's DNA. I wasn't prepared to discuss the other
Right.
DNA when it's in the damn motion.
Yeah, it doesn't qualify or whatever.
But
Like,
it's so strange. There's a disconnect.
They gotta
between,
feel frustrated.
Yeah, it's a disconnect because here in California, the prosecution actually has victims advocates that work with the victims. They actually provide them counseling. There's things that they do for them, and they keep the family informed. I mean, I've had crossover cases like that where the prosecutor is totally involved with the family.
Mm-hmm.
And while they're busy doing things, they have victims advocate that deal with the families on a day-to-day basis about, their trauma. What do they need? Like, counseling, whatever it is they need, food stamps. If this person that was unalived was like the major breadwinner, they help the families. And that's how it is in California. At least that's how it was maybe 10 years ago. I haven't had a case like that where it overlapped with criminal stuff in a while, but back in the day it was like that. And so it's so weird that there's such a disconnect with the prosecution and the families.
Like he was saying in this interview, he feels like if he's feeling like they're trying to suppress, then it's no wonder we feel that way. He knows way more than we do. And if he feels that way, then it's no wonder why we feel this way. Like we feel like there's suppressed information or there's something that's not. You just you just think logical, like all the contradictions, the different stories, the changes from Sentra to this to this to this, and then you don't even bring like the way he was apprehended, like it just. This is the most telling right here. This family has always been the most telling from the beginning of when it took place up until tonight. Honestly, you can't trust. I can't trust. Maybe you can. I can't trust the PCA for this case. I can't. I can't trust that what they're saying. That's why I'm saying I feel like there's different amount of people involved. I feel like that didn't go down the way they're saying. I feel like the timeline isn't even right.
No,
I feel like
the
that was way
PCA.
longer.
If I had the opportunity to cross-examine everybody who wrote some affidavit in this case, I would have a field day. And it's just this it doesn't even. I mean, it's bad writing. It's hearsay, and you have judges signing off on these these things. I mean, they're arrest warrants, based on these things. And do they know? I mean, do they know? Do these judges, are they aware about the procedures when they do DNA? Like for me, like I have to go to continuing education. Like it's mandatory. Like this year I have to complete all my units for continuing education, like updates, things like that. I don't know if judges have that. I'm just curious. I've always wondered, like, what do these criminal judges and civil judges,
Who
like, what do they
knows?
have to do?
It probably goes from county to county, because I remember when this case first came out, and we found out that the coroner in a previous case represented the coroner performed an autopsy on the victim in a previous case and then represented the defendant. And we're like, how in the hell is that not a conflict of interest? And then we saw an attorney from Idaho where he was interviewed on a local TV station, and they were talking to him about the conflict of interest. And he said straight up, if anybody wants to let me know what the conflict of interest is, well, go ahead and get a hold of me. But as far as I can tell, I don't see a conflict of interest. I was like, what?
Yeah. And then there's also that conflict of interest between Ann Taylor representing Xana's mom. I don't know if that's true or not, if she really represented her. But
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. But in small towns, it's hard to avoid certain conflicts of interest. Like it's a small town.
Well, yeah, they all intersect. It's a lot of community work. It's a lot of volunteer. It's a lot of, you're doing things in surrounding counties and stuff. But I mean, so you couldn't. There's not another coroner that I don't know. It's really weird that a coroner performs the autopsy and it represents the defendant.
No,
it's like Stephen Smith's pathologist saying, I'm willing to change the report to whatever the coroner wants. I mean, what the fuck?
No.
Like, what the fuck?
The coroner should be the one to be changing the report based on what the medical examiner says, actually. That's how it should work.
The way that this shit goes down, I just don't.
I mean, the coroner is not a medical. I mean, the coroner is like an investigator type of thing. I mean, the medical examiner is a pathologist, is a doctor who has the actual say. Like, it's the other way around, if anything. But I've never heard of that. I mean, I was just blown away by that because I deal with doctors all the time, and some of the doctors I've had as defendants have gotten their license revoked based on cases that I had. So, I mean, I look at this and I think to myself, why? Like, how does this happen? Like, it's in a document, like a business. It's what's called a business. It's kept in the ordinary course of business, doing their investigation of this death of Stephen Smith. So it's in there. So it's like, what the hell? I mean,
right.
It's like, what?
It makes no damn sense, for real. And then there's that we'll go into. We got to do another Stephen Smith show coming up. I'm gonna play this again one more time. Like I said, this shit. Thank you again, Kelly. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending this link. It's very telling, right? And we're gonna get into, after this, we're gonna do the J for Justice thing, and then we'll get into some of the other stuff here. That's kind of come out through the evening. So thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. We're still going to be going another few hours. So if you're going to be up late, thank you for hanging out. All right. So we're going to watch this real quick. Then we're going to chat about it then we're going to switch it up and unravel. Let me know if you need another.
People between you and the officers.
Thank you all for hanging out.
Things happen, and those people are like lawyers, and they don't
talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. What does that frustration come from, sir?
they put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen, and those people are like lawyers, and they don't want to say anything, and they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong, we're going to take that hit. So the officers, they look me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can, but somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out. They're like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
When was the last time y'all heard from the police?
Thursday,
we looked at our phone records. We want to be accurate. We don't want to sell anyone out.
about 3 o'clock on Thursday.
And
did y'all get an update from the police about the investigation?
There was nothing. We have no updates for you.
There was no update. They needed me to sign a waiver form so that they could investigate something.
Some mail.
That was mail related. So we're working with them. We're not selling them out. We love our law support.
The FBI, everybody that's here. We just have no information as family, and it gets tough day after day after day. I mean, every day you just wake up and think today's the day. We're going to hear something, and you see these, oh, there's a break in the case, and it'll just be something stupid.
The sixth person on the lease that was never there. Stop playing games. This is serious. These are people's lives, and this is the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't. So be serious.
I had the opportunity to speak to some of my sources, and I've been told that there were differences in the way that the victims were killed. Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who. We asked specifically, and they said, we'll try to get that information to you. And they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's,
they don't,
and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to go up the steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an outfit. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it. It wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation, because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was horrific for those roommates that were there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me it was passed around between one of the fraternity members and the girls. There. Can you confirm that?
We cannot actually. We know nothing about that whole phone call. We've asked, and it's, I mean, I know that a lot of people want to know. 911, somebody was reported unconscious. We don't really know. I mean, we've heard so many different things, and nothing has been clarified or been told to us at all. And I mean, I don't know if I personally have asked anything about that. I don't know if you have asked that, but we know that this is getting 3 weeks in, and it's starting to get, we don't want it to go cold. We're reaching out. I've reached out to friends down in California today that have connections that we're hoping to raise some money to get a reward to get a private investigator.
Third party.
Third party.
Why go the private route? Do y'all worry that at the end of this week that this case may be
100%.
cold?
We're scared.
When you
We're
tell me you
scared.
don't want a photo up there with the reward offering information, that kind of sounds like you're trying to like suppress the story. I mean, why do you not need help?
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I could be wrong. And your officers,
Why
I
not?
apologize if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I want to,
absolutely.
please forgive me. Please forgive me. But if you don't have the information, people do know. If they don't, then you
Give
know,
us
the
something.
community, this is a community that is IT based. These guys live a digital footprint like we've never. All of us older people, we don't know how much that digital footprint could be helpful. So that's what we ask for. I hope like a DNA, a family lineage, if they could come out here and just start taking, this town is not that big. We could figure out this,
Right.
and it might not be him. It might be a family member. We have family all going to the school together. You know, there's cousins, there's aunts, there's uncles. We could
Yeah.
find this guy
Those,
just with volunteers.
lineage companies where our yeah.
Put Idaho on the map.
Right there, lineage companies.
Christy, Steve,
Yeah, this is very telling. Thank you again, Kelly. Here's the link to this if you want it for yourself. Mm. And we'll go ahead and switch to the J for Justice thing here in a second. Very telling. And this was from December 4th, you know. Let's see. What's up, LMO? That's what I think too, LMO. That's why I kind of did the deep dive with it. We had watched the Grub Truck way back in December, you know. And after everything that's kind of changed and came out, what's up, Vicky? Everything that's kind of changed and came out since. What's up, MK? Right, Brian's relative. Ever since, you know, all that other stuff. That's why I was like, man, we need to go through this shit again. And I was meaning to go through the body cams since back then. Excuse me. But I'm going to be starting that on Monday, if not tomorrow, but probably Monday. And throughout the week, we'll be doing daytime shows and nighttime shows, kind of going through the deep dive of the body cam, because we kind of figured out some weird, sick shit when we did the deep dive of the Grub Truck. And I have a feeling that if we do the body cam deep dive like we did the Grub Truck, I have a feeling we're not only going to see you know, the route that BK supposedly took, but I think we're going to see some other routes that just seemed really odd on the Grub Truck. I'll just say that. It seemed odd on the Grub Truck. I have a feeling we're going to be able to see some kind of loop that took place, and that's why I want to go in to the body cam stuff. What's up, Phantom? Thank you for hopping in. So yeah, and Yoli, if you're available, I'd love to have you on when we do these body cam deep dives too. So we're going to go ahead and switch to J for Justice. She did a video on Steve G's new information. So we'll go ahead and switch to that now. We'll check that out. Let me share her channel here real quick. Shout out to J for Justice. Appreciate her. Even though we may not always agree on BK and the involvement or whatever, she's a great content creator and I appreciate her so much. So there's her channel. We'll go ahead and switch to that in a second here. And then this is regarding the other air mail article. We did go through the Howard Blum one with the audio. And we kind of did that the first 2 hours of the show. So if you missed that, definitely check it out. This is with the other article, and we're just going to chill back and listen to what she has to say about it. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you.
Back to J is for Justice. In today's video, there's a Walmart receipt for a Dickies jumpsuit. Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen were texting with one another during the murders.
Come on, StreamYard.
The FBI sent the Gonsalves family a letter. I got some bombshells, guys. Let's get into it.
I need some deep bass.
As you may already know, Howard Blum is a reporter who has done extensive reporting on the Moscow murders. Just today, a podcast called The Morning Meeting with Ashley Baker and Michael Haney was released. This is a podcast where they talk with the airmail editors, and that is who Howard Blum writes for. This podcast came out October 7th, 2023. And there are some bombshells in here that I wanted to share with you guys and get your thoughts on. Steve Gonsalves and his daughter, Olivia, put their detective hats on and found some pretty important information.
Work suit, which is a work suit that covers you from your neck to your legs and your arms. And the police are now hypothecating that Oberger wore this work suit, the Dickies work suit, which he bought for $49.99 at a Walmart in Pullman, Washington. He wore this during the killings, and then afterwards he took it off, threw it into his trunk, perhaps in a garbage bag. And that's why there was no blood in his apartment or in his car. And again, the police have this receipt.
So all of these months, those of us who have speculated that he could have worn a monkey suit could explain the lack of blood evidence. Oh, but Steve's not done yet. There's more.
Steve's investigation has also found out some more evidence. Since the beginning of this case, one of the great mysteries is, and has been, 2 roommates survived. One of them, according to a police affidavit, saw the killer walk through the house. She stares at him, and then she goes back to her room. And for the next 8 hours, nothing happened. Well, according to what Kaylee's father has found, there has been evidence presented to the grand jury that says that these 2 roommates, during the course of this murder, were texting to one another, and that at one point they even sent a text saying, "Oh my gosh, I think someone's being killed." And if this is accurate, because again, this is what Steve has found at the grand jury, if it's accurate, it raises a really troubling question. They knew that something was happening in the house. If they suspected that someone was being murdered, why did they wait 8 hours before informing the police? That is one of the great mysteries of this story, and one that Steve is trying to find.
If this is true that the 2 girls were actually texting one another, listening to the killings go on, how does this change your feelings about the surviving roommates? Or does it? Could they have been scared to make a phone call? I don't know. One can only speculate at this point because everything that we've heard is just so bizarre. I still want to give the girls the benefit of the doubt, but hearing these things does raise some questions.
And
see, and this is the same stuff that we were even saying, you know. Sorry, I thought this was about the other article too. Maybe it is. I'm not sure.
Steve has also discovered something else. He's found that the prosecution and the authorities are sitting on a witness. What this witness knows, what this witness has seen, remains a large mystery. Steve set out to try to talk to this witness to discover this for himself. He really is determined to get to the bottom of the things. And then something totally strange happens.
Here we find out that Thompson and the rest of the prosecution team has a secret witness up their sleeve. But similarly to the way the FBI contacted Gabriela Vargas, the quote-unquote DNA expert, it seems the Gonsalves family was also contacted by the FBI.
The FBI sends a letter to his lawyer, who's Shannon Gray, Steve Goncalves' lawyer, saying that back off. This witness came to us under a edict on a tip line saying that we would protect his confidentiality. And if you try to contact him, if you in any way reveal his identity, then you will be in violation of federal laws. And Steve felt they had no choice but to back off, and knows at this point. And this mystery has remained, and it hovers over this entire tragedy. And Steve, I believe, rather courageously, is trying to get to the bottom of things.
I understand for the integrity of a case, grand jury witnesses are supposed to be kept private. And if they thought that the Goncalves family might reveal the name, it could blow the case. However, when you look back at this whole entire case, the evidence that we've seen so far, who could possibly be the secret witness?
Potential witness is a real mystery. The only time it's been mentioned is to the grand jury. The grand jury sessions are sealed. The fact that it's not a rumor is substantiated by Shannon Gray, Steve's lawyer, receiving a letter from federal authorities telling him to back off.
So we actually have confirmation that the FBI did send a letter to Shannon Gray. And now we see why Steve Goncalves backed off so hard like he did.
If it's so important that he has to back off, one has to wonder what it is. And it's just that's filled with mysteries. I mean, the major question for all these months is coming up to a year since these murders occurred. And still, we really don't have a handle. We being anyone, even the authorities take place. Were they aimed at one of the victims? Were they aimed at just the house? Was it just happenstance? This is an answer that any curious individual, the reporters want to get to the bottom of. For a family who lost a child, it's an issue of supernal consequence.
This part really had me thinking how difficult it is to lose a child in the first place, let alone lose a child in a brutal way. And then to have all of this red tape wrapped around this horrific murder involving your child and not being able to get any answers. And it further infuriates me to see that this trial is just stagnant, just sitting there. And in the whole grand scheme of things, there's victims' families that sit waiting for answers, waiting for justice. It's got to be grueling.
That exists on this case. Is the trial going to be postponed for 6 months or a year or even 2 years? Steve Goncalves believes it could perhaps be as long as 2 years. And that means he and his family are going to be living in this nether state for at least 2 more years, not knowing why their daughter was murdered. I think the fact that the prosecution and the defense have not publicly come out with a trial date is very disturbing.
Howard Blum uses these examples as a reason why reporters need to get to the truth in this case, and why he doesn't agree with the gag order.
I think as a reporter that gag orders, especially such a prohibitive one as in this case, are detrimental to the truth coming out. And I think that Steve taking this on his own and going out trying to get to the bottom of the things, he's performing the sort of function that reporters usually do. And I think in this sort of judicial darkness, the truth is buried and rumors just propagate. And I think there have been enough rumors on this case. That's one of the things when Steve begins his investigation, he gets so many leads.
Now Howard goes a little deeper with the description of what Steve's investigation actually led him to.
He gets a lead from a man in prison, a convict, and it seems quite promising. The convict makes an elaborate but very believable story, and Steve spends several months working with a private detective, going down this rabbit hole, trying to get to the bottom of things. At the end, he realizes it's phony, so he keeps on going.
In his quest for the truth, Steve Goncalves is going through all of these loops to get to the truth. It sounds like torture to me. Anyone who gets infuriated over the fake news about these cases on YouTube or social media at all, listen to what these people that fake things put Mr. Goncalves through.
He also receives videos, and these videos allege that there were different cars in the area or different people. Sounds have been superimposed on the King Road house at night, and these videos are allegedly taken from light bulb cameras, CCTV surveillance, and these are very elaborate fraud. And the idea that there are people out there who are taking the time and energy to create these doctored videos is surprising and horrid. And again, it's also a reason why this gag order is detrimental to getting at the truth, and why Steve's quest is something I think to be admired and applauded. I feel filled with respect for a father who refuses to surrender to the horrible events of his daughter's death.
Needless to say, I have a renewed respect for Steve and the rest of his family. He is definitely the alpha of his family, and I can't imagine the emotional turmoil that they've gone through.
And I don't have a new respect. I've always, ever since Steve G was coming out, you can go to my old videos from the beginning of this case. I've always applauded Steve. I've always had the same respect, level of support, motivation, totally appreciated. And I said it every time. There's periods of time back then when Steve G was getting a lot of hate for coming out and saying shit. And I was saying, fuck all the dumb shit. I appreciate you. My level of respect has always maintained the same, because I've realized what he was about since the very beginning of it. He's just a father that wants justice for his family members. And that's it. And of course he's going to have this motivation. Of course he's going to dig through every freaking rabbit hole that he can, because what is it about at the end? At the end, it's about justice for his loved one. Of course. It just like this show. I can't sit there and tell anybody that they're right or wrong when it comes to their theories, because anything could be happening and we're not at the water cooler, so we don't know. So I'm all about exploring all thoughts, theories, and opinions, not because I'm about promoting a certain angle. It's because I'm about just what the families are about justice for the victims. And that means exploring all thoughts, theories, and opinions, because that's how you get to it. It's very important. Of course he's going to go through it, even if the leads don't show up as anything like this man in prison. You're going to explore. That's what we do. That's what you have to do. You have to. You have to have an open mind, because anything is possible. Now, when it comes to some of the outlandish shit, yeah, you need evidence. When it comes to talking about certain things, you definitely need evidence, because you also have to respect the victims as well. You also have to respect the family members as well. So, of course, other things can take place, but you have to respect. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. This is true crime. That's how it is. There's ugly shit. Some shit that you would say, oh my gosh, yeah, it's true. But you have to have the evidence in order to discuss that shit. Because it's, number one, justice for the victims. Number two, respect for the family. Then number three is everything else after that. You always have to have those two at the very top before you even do a damn show. It's about putting yourself in their shoes. Whether it's the victim, whether it's the perpetrator, whether it's the person that could be innocent and is facing a crime. Let's be honest. It's not the first case where somebody's been convicted of a crime where they were innocent. It's not the first case where shit was set up. It's not the first one. Anything is possible, and we have to keep that in mind. So, sorry about, I thought she was discussing the other. We actually went through that whole thing ourselves, and we feel the exact same way. So, shout out Jay for Justice. Appreciate your hard work, your efforts, and all that. Give me 1 second here. Now we are going to switch see here. Thank you, Cherry. Now, I kind of wanted to, with this Vargas stuff, right? I kind of wanted to watch her testimony again. If you guys are wanting to do that, it wasn't in my outline for tonight's show. But I kind of feel like watching that again because I think it's very important, especially with the stuff that we're hearing. I think if we listen to that again with the stuff that we've just heard this evening, maybe we'll look at it slightly differently, maybe with another angle or another view, or just to hear it again. And we might, I have a feeling we might snag something out of that. Give me a second. If anybody has the video, go ahead and send it to me. It shouldn't take me too long. I believe I put it. It's my September. Give me 1 second. I'm going to find another video that we can check out in the meantime of while I find the video here of Vargas's testimony. 1 second. What's up, Phantom? I'm not sure what the songs are about. But maybe at the lounge. You should save them for the lounge. We'll definitely check them out. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. I had something. Okay. This is we're talking about Steve G here. Harsh had a video. You guys wanted to watch that. So let me go ahead and share that. We will get into this video real quick, and then I'll get that Vargas testimony in the meantime. So we'll watch this real quick. About Steve G, since we've been on that topic tonight. Here you go.
Stupendous Saturday. It's still Saturday. It's still Saturday, and this is video 2 of 2. And this is a big one. This is a big one because you deserve it. Because you're amazing. You look amazing. You are amazing. And for anybody who criticizes me, this channel, for telling people that they look amazing, you, and I mean this from the absolute bottom of my heart, you can go fuck yourself. But anyway, let's get straight into the meat and potatoes, as we're going to be talking about how Blum, Eyes of a Killer Part 7. Now, some of you, I will have just said that, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You'll possibly know exactly what I'm going to talk about. You read it. Some of you won't know what the hell I'm talking about. And for you people, or even the people who are familiar with how Blum...
Okay, sorry about this. Shit's bugging. Hold on. Let me rewind it. Shit's bugging. Just give it a minute here. Just give it a minute here. Jeez. All right, I think we'll be good.
Stupendous Saturday. It's still Saturday. It's still Saturday, and this is video 2 of 2. And this is a big one. This is a big one because you deserve it. Because you're amazing. You look amazing. You are amazing. And for anybody who who criticizes me, this channel, for telling people that they look amazing, you, and I mean this from the absolute bottom of my heart, you can go fuck yourself. But anyway, let's get straight into it.
Somebody's criticizing him for telling everybody that they're beautiful or look amazing. I don't know. It's about positivity, right? Peace, positivity, and progress. Why not? I don't know. It's about positive.
Into the meat and potatoes, as we're going to be talking about Howard Blum, Eyes of a Killer, Part 7. Now, some of you, I will have just said that, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You'll possibly know exactly what I'm going to talk about, because you'll have likely seen it. You'll have likely read it. Some of you won't know what the hell I'm talking about. And for you people, or even the people who are familiar with writings and the Eyes of a Killer series, let's just say, if you haven't got quite up to Part 7, this last part, prepare to have your socks blown off too. Because Steve Gonsalves drops absolute bombs, and it does leave some huge, huge questions. Now, I can't go, I could, but this video would be over an hour long, and I don't think on a Saturday you guys would want to do that right now. Just listen to me. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of it, and just and let me know down below exactly what you think, whether your feelings have changed, what you think about this information that you're about to be given. And we start by the fact that, look, Steve Gonsalves, we know he's been very vocal. He's a father at the end of the day who has lost a child. There is no rule book for how you grieve, and I have said countless times that the way in which he has conducted himself, I feel, is far better than the way that I would have, because I would have turned Idaho upside down. And I don't mean that like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I literally mean I would have turned that entire place upside down to get answers. And there isn't anybody who would be able to stop me. I promise you that. And if I was stopped, there's an army behind me, and they wouldn't. So, you know, Steve, kudos to Steve in the way that he has behaved. But I know he's ruffled some feathers. He's upset some people. And he has got increasingly frustrated as time has progressed. And you can understand that fully. But look, so what has he said? It goes on to talk about multiple things. But the things that stuck out to me are these things. So first of all, you know, Jack DeCure. So Jack DeCure, he was given, apparently, a lie detector test. He was given a physical examination. He was given a lie detector test, and he passed with flying colours. But Steve was not convinced. Now, Jack DeCure would go over to Steve Gonsalves to pay his condolences. And then it would be at that time that Steve Gonsalves would then haul this Jack over the coals himself. He would pull him apart. He would indeed get him to show him his body, to strip down and let him look to see whether he could find any injuries on him. He would grill him. He would ask him questions. And finally, he would conclude that Jack was not involved, and they would embrace. They would be very upset together, sharing that moment. He would go on to question Hunter, who had been the person who had been called over to the property, and he would be the person who would find Ethan. Again, he would question him, very much like Jack, I guess, but he wanted to know exactly what he had seen, what he had found when he entered that property. And don't worry, we're going to get to the other surviving members of this household, because that shit's going to blow your mind as well. But yeah, so Hunter would go on to tell Steve exactly what he saw. He would not embellish it. He would just tell him exactly what he saw, how he saw it, how they found it. And again, at the end of this communication between these two males, it would end up in quite an upset and distraught sort of situation, as they are obviously put through that. Hunter obviously having to relive it, and Steve being given sort of some imagery in his mind to process, if you like. Because at the end of the day, this is his little girl and her friend, who he was very familiar with too. And look, I know we get a lot of flack over here because we talk about Brian Koberger like we're supporting of Brian Koberger. It's not at all about supporting Brian Koberger, and I do have to keep repeating myself, but this is the support of justice. This is making sure that when something happens like this, that the right people are brought in, and not only the right people, but all of the people. Not just when part of the picture perhaps gets put away and some people get to walk free because maybe they assist in helping the law enforcement to get this part. You know, we'll do a deal where you get to fuck off into the sunset and this person fries for it. You know, we're not into that. When the crime happens, we want everybody to pay the price and for everybody involved to be held accountable for that crime. So look, we then have the surviving roommates, where Steve Gonsalves would turn around and say that he was told, it was information that came to him, that in fact Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk had been texting each other at the time with which this crime would have been going on. That's correct. So there was communication between these two girls during the time frame that has been allotted for this crime. And then the crime finishes. And the texters, well, we believe at that point, because we've been told through the documentation that the crime, if you like, the time frame of the crime had been given a specific endpoint based on the activity of the phone between these girls that would state he's left, he's gone, or they have left, they have gone, there's no one here. We don't know whether text continued, but we do know is called for several hours. And in fact, no law enforcement was called by these two. It was in fact other people who would come in later on after they had been told to come over, one of them being the aforementioned. Just when you think things can't get even more crazy, you know, Steve Gonsalves would do more and more work, because as it stands at the moment, it would appear that Steve Gonsalves' conclusion is this. He has succumbed to the belief that Brian Koberger very, very much is involved in this crime. And one of the specific pieces of information that Steve Gonsalves says makes him feel that way is because there was a receipt for $49.99, Dickie's receipt, that was for a blue work suit. Now, I'm not, obviously I'm in England, so I'm not sure the verbiage on this, but to me it would almost sound like this was for a blue. And when law enforcement had gone in and done their searches, they found the receipt, but they didn't find the suit. This suit that matched this receipt was missing in a receipt format. That's indeed a military knife purchased in the weeks leading up to this crime. So Steve Gonsalves, in terms of Brian Koberger, he does feel that Brian Koberger is likely involved in this crime, and those two things have helped him along the way. And I must admit, at this stage, and knowing that information fully, it does make me wonder. But again, we have been on a journey with Brian Koberger, and what have we always said? There was always a feeling that Brian Koberger was involved. The issue was whether he had done it on his own. He was a solo killer. He'd done it just on his own, decided to up stick one night. There was some reason, whatever, and he just went over and done it. And it seems that Steve Gonsalves doesn't believe that either. And it would go on to say that Steve Gonsalves, in fact, tracked down someone who could have been a witness. Now, it does, I don't know whether it was accidental, but it does say that this is a male. And Steve Gonsalves was apparently due to meet up with this person in a hotel. They were due to have a discussion, but right before that, he was intercepted. And who was he intercepted by? The FBI. The FBI, who would go on to threaten Steve Gonsalves with some force, and would say it doesn't even matter if he is indeed a father of one of these victims. If he is to attempt to approach this person anymore, ever again, at all, because this is considered a state witness, would indeed feel the full of the law as a repercussion to that. So look, there is a lot going on there. There's a lot being said. Some of you had reached out to me into the absolute key point. It's because, you know, I know issues and delay. Well, I'd like you to know that it's not just us who has an issue with that delay. Steve Gonsalves very much has a problem with that. Delay. And the fact that he has additional information that these two girls, and furthermore, we have a situation where there would appear that there's a witness being protected, but ultimately there are some information. There is some information in there that would also, for some, is not going to be a shock. You know, I think the only people who would be completely shocked and perhaps apprehensive to believe that will be the people who completely do have Brian Koberger 100%. But when I've seen some of the lunacy of how it's genuinely be a patsy for something, but we have also very bigger picture. He was part of, you know, one or two or three, whoever knows, and maybe, just maybe, when we heard that Brian Koberger said, had anybody else been arrested, that was in fact accurate, and that question was genuine. I'll answer them, but for now, that's it. That's Saturday, and I will catch you all in the next one.
Sorry, StreamYard is bugging.
Stupendous Saturday. It's still Saturday. Still Saturday, and this is video 2.
1 second here.
Of 2.
Right. There we go. StreamYard. Thank you. Man, it won't even change my camera. Come on. Jeez.
StreamYard's getting tired.
Or the computer, whichever
Or the
it may
computer,
be,
yeah.
but I'm not tired and we're still going. So So that's 3.5 hours of Howard Blum talk. We got into the article first, Yoli and I, the audio version, checked it out. You got our opinions on the whole thing. Then we checked out Jay for Justice and Harsh when it came to theirs. I'm still trying to find that Vargas testimony.
It would be in one of the court hearings.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Let me see here.
Yeah, it would be good to listen to it again, like, and
Yeah.
see, based on what we know now, like, does something click?
Yeah, I would like to hear the actual. I want to watch the actual testimony from the court hearing, and then I want to check out the conversation that Truth and Transparency had with her when she had her on the show a while back. I want to check out that conversation too. I think it's going to be interesting to hear the now that we're hearing all this stuff tonight. Listen to the testimony again, and then after the testimony, then go to the conversation that she had with Truth and Transparency a while back. I just have so many videos in this folder, and with the computer bugging out, it's making it kind of difficult to try and find it.
I'm trying to
so
think.
I apologize about that. If anybody has it, if you can send it to me.
I'm trying to think of the date it was.
It was because it was from East Idaho News. Let me see. Let me try that.
And it was in August or late August?
Yeah, it was in August. I have.
Oh, look, there's one.
This part one. Here it is right here. I found it. Okay, so we're going to watch this. Then we're going to get into the conversation she had with Truth and Transparency. East Idaho News. Ooh, I didn't like it. Let me go ahead and click this real quick. I'll share their link because I always want to support everybody here. So here is East Idaho News. If you're not subscribed, they got a lot of stuff on the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell stuff too. East Idaho News. So give me 1 second. I'll update that. Then we'll get into the testimony, the real one. Then we'll get into the conversation she had with Truth and Transparency. And then we'll call it a night after that, because I know it's probably going to be another couple hours of that. So appreciate you hanging out. Thank you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. And let's check out this whole testimony. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. Whoa, come on. Whoa.
I'm going to ask you a question and then come back to them. What kind of work do you currently do?
Okay, I'm going to have the closed captioning turned on, and also I'm going to go ahead and mute this music as well. And I'm going to mute myself too, because I know the audio is really horrible on this one.
I'm going to ask you a question and then come back to them. What kind of work do you currently do?
I am an investigative genetic genealogist and also a woodworker.
Woodworking sounds really interesting. I think we're going to focus on your investigative genealogy today. But before we talk about your work history, I want to know a little bit more about your educational background. After high school, did you have more formal education?
I did. I went on to the College of San Mateo and received a degree and certificate in administration of justice and post certification. And then I went on to San Jose State University and studied criminology and with a minor in sociology.
Did you graduate?
I did.
And was that with a bachelor's degree?
It was.
What year was that?
I want to say 2010 maybe. Believe it or not, I don't remember.
It's been a few years since you graduated.
It's been 5 years.
Right. Did you take any courses in forensic genetics?
At that time, this did not even exist. And the courses only have started to recently come out. There is no current standard of certification for the work of investigative genetic genealogy.
Is that newer than your college education degree?
Absolutely. This is a technique that only has come to light in the last 5 years.
You know, we're talking about the forensic investigative genetic genealogy.
Yes.
How did you get interested in it?
I really had no knowledge of it when I got involved. I had some health issues that I was going through and needed genetic testing. Unfortunately, my insurance wouldn't cover it, so I took direct-to-consumer DNA test and used the results to upload to a medical site. In the process of that, I found out that my father was not my father, and I then went on a mission to figure out how to identify who my biological father was.
So personally involved in invested very much self-taught.
100% self-taught. And this was a time in my life where I was going through cancer treatment. I had a very short prognosis of lifespan left and became incredibly depressed. And so once I identified my biological father, I then wanted to give back. And so I started a free online Facebook group for people who had gotten the same results or were adopted or donor conceived. And I started giving, finding their relatives for them.
That turned into you attending the trainings for genetic genealogy?
So at the time, I did not. So in 2018, in the spring, is when I started doing just genetic genealogy, which is the same concept essentially, but you're just doing it with adoptees, donor conceived and unknown parentage cases. I did a lot of online readings and reading scholarly articles, watching tutorials, just learning about the technique itself. I didn't have any involvement in investigative genetic genealogy until August 2019, when I was asked to join one of the companies that provides that service.
When you joined that company, did they train you in those methods?
No, they actually presume that you have to know what you're doing in order to be a part of the team. And so the presumption is made that you already have enough experience. I continued my own education and training by attending conferences, doing workshops, following other pioneers in the field that had successful case rates, and continued to just educate myself through what I could find on the internet. Because at that time, certification programs, accreditation, any sort of courses, they didn't exist. Those are very, very recent things that have come out.
You mentioned that there were groups of people that you learned from?
Absolutely. The first company, so I worked for two well-known companies in this industry, and then I have created since my own company. One of the first company, you worked individually on cases, but it's a collaboration amongst the team, and so you keep each other up to date on what's going on. You ask for advice, guidance, help. The second company that I worked for was more of a team structured way of working cases, and that was at the point when I began actually training all incoming volunteers that wanted to get to learn how to work these cases.
That first company you worked for, what was that called?
Identifinders International.
How many years did you work for Identifinders?
Just over 2.5 years.
And that's where you did investigative genetic genealogy and other genetic work.
Yes, with Identifinders, I only did suspect cases, so only murder and rape, violent crime cases. They did not do DOE cases at the time that I was working with them.
So you're talking about those kind of cases that you did, those were law enforcement, you were identifying somebody that was unknown.
Yeah.
And I have the graphic warning up there in the top right. If you might be triggered by this, please, I would say back out and come back in about 30 minutes. And we'll be going into the conversation she had with Truth and Transparency for that. Because I definitely am excited to hear what, I know it's been a long time. I've been wanting to watch it for a long time and hear it. So I'm definitely excited. She does great work. One of the best YouTube channels out there. Yeah, go ahead, Yuli. But yeah, if there is going to be some parts where it might be triggering, so I'll have this graphic content up there. I'm going to have the closed captioning up there too. That's why I'm, asking if you are possibly going to be triggered. Come back in about 30 minutes. We'll be going on to the next part of the show, and because I definitely don't want you. Sometimes I do just say mute, but I do have to have the closed captioning up because the audio is so bad. So just as a heads up.
you wrote this check there while you did that for 2.5 years?
Yes.
The next place you worked, what was that?
The DNA DOE project.
What do you mean by that? You mentioned that.
DOE is an unidentified remains. The DNA DOE project specifically takes on adult DOE cases, not baby cases. So I work those cases on my own with my company, but it's identifying not suspects, only unidentified remains.
And you were not law enforcement there. You were not doing anything for law enforcement there, so it was a little bit different. Right?
So for both companies, we were working on behalf of law enforcement. We would contract these cases with law enforcement, but law enforcement was not in fact working the case. The genealogists were working the cases.
Okay. For law enforcement to get it answered?
Yes.
All right. And so how long did you work at that?
I was with the DNA DOE project for about 2 years.
And is that where you did some human training about genetic genealogy?
Yes.
From there, where did your career take you?
Well, I ended up opening my own company, but the DNA DOE project offered me the opportunity to be an intake specialist. So my primary role was when somebody was interested in doing this type of work and wanted to learn the technique, we would bring them on board, and I was the one who would teach them the process. So all new volunteers were on a specific case that was run by me, and I would not only train them, but also check their work, make sure that they were documenting things properly and that the documents matched with the proper person that they had put in the tree. I also, the University of New Haven had also started a forensic investigative genetic genealogy course that you could take that had a practicum at the end of it. The DNA DOE project was the first organization that took on a cohort of students. The first year of this course that was offered, it wasn't fine-tuned. So the students that I took on for the internship, there were 6 students in total. They really had very limited knowledge of the technique, of the meaning of anything really. And so I would spend hours training them, and at the end of 7 weeks, I led them to a solve of a case.
You were trusted with me?
Yes, I was.
Do you know roughly how many law enforcement forensic investigative genetic genealogy cases you worked?
I have worked just for law enforcement cases probably around 25 to 30.
And the DOE project, how many of those kinds of cases?
So that would include all cases.
The 25 includes the DOE cases?
Yeah, it's about 25 to 30. It would encompass any case that I have worked that is law enforcement case, not including the cases that were unknown parentage cases.
And of the other kinds of genetic genealogy, how many times have you worked with case in genetic genealogy other than that?
How many cases? Minimum 25. I still have people every day who, it depends. Some people just don't know what any of this means. And so it's as simple as just looking at their matches and explaining it to them, and they do it on their own. But actually working cases, probably another 25 to 30 that are just unknown parentage cases.
And have you testified before in court?
I have not.
let's talk about what brings you here. How did you get involved in our police department?
I was contacted by defense. Well, I take that back. I was contacted by somebody in this field. I don't know if I can say who it was or if it's relevant. Asking if I would be willing to talk to the defense. And I agreed, and I had that, it was a Zoom call in which I was asked basically just to explain the process in which I go through from start to finish on a case. So what is, from when law enforcement contacts me to when I provide the investigative lead back to law enforcement, what is the process? And that was the extent of my involvement at the time.
Ms. Vargas, what I want to do is I want to briefly run through what do you do when law enforcement calls you when you get there? What's your first step?
So it's a complex, it's very complex. Essentially, law enforcement will contact me and say they have a case that they are unable to solve, and they would like to, they like my services. I first evaluate what type of case is it, and are there any, what is the DNA that is involved? Do we have to extract the DNA? Have you already extracted the DNA? So there's a lot of preliminary questions. Once we establish that and they agree to take, have me take on the case, I have them set up to ship the sample, whether it be something that needs to be extracted to the lab that does that, or DNA that's already been extracted that needs to be sequenced. The law enforcement agency will then send that to a third-party forensic lab. At that point, when the lab receives the sample, I essentially take over the case until I provide the genetic lead back to, or the investigative lead back to the agency. In the meantime, I will stay in contact with usually the detective and provide updates on, did it pass quality check in the lab? It's being sequenced now. The data file has been complete. It's gone through bioinformatics. I've uploaded it, to GEDmatch. Do you want to upload to FTDNA, family tree DNA, because there's an additional charge for that? And so I keep them kind of abreast as to what's going on, but essentially the case is it's mine. It's in my control until I am done.
And do you, during those communications with law enforcement, do you take their direction, and if they say stop working, you stop working?
Absolutely. The case belongs to them. It is not my case. It is not my data. I am providing service for them. The only request that I have is they not have another company work the case at the same time, because it's just a lot of work that you go through. But I am at their direction. Yeah, I don't.
But it's not as easy as just getting a profile and sticking it in your computer and having it.
Oh, absolutely not. I've had cases that have taken me 14 months to solve.
Why, you mentioned you use GEDmatch or family tree DNA, but there's an extra fee involved in that. Can you explain that a little more?
So there's many direct-to-consumer databases: Ancestry, 23andMe, MyHeritage, Family Tree DNA, all of which you can order from the company a DNA test, spit in the tube, and send it off back to the company. Ancestry and 23andMe allow you to download your data and upload free to these other sites as a normal consumer. Law enforcement cases, however, are only permitted to be uploaded into Family Tree DNA and to GEDmatch for a fee. GEDmatch, however, is not a direct-to-consumer testing
And I just want
site.
to pause it real quick. Because when they say that they don't have the homework, this right here, you would have a receipt because you have to pay for the service.
Yes.
There would be a receipt right here.
An actual receipt, yeah.
So I just wanted to pause that real quick and just highlight that again. And I'll share the link to this video too if you want to have it for your own.
It is only a database where people take their test results from the company in which they tested and upload this site to the site to get more matches, essentially, or higher, closer relatives, higher matches.
Does law enforcement have access to all of GEDmatch?
If properly uploaded, there's a fee that you must pay. You must upload through a separate database than the one in which consumers upload through. You must pay a fee, and you, depending on the case, may be limited on the matches that you are able to see.
Why is that?
The terms of service have changed several times since the Golden State Killer case came out, and which investigative genetic genealogy became very popular. It used to have everyone opted in, then it GEDmatch opted everybody out, and you had to choose to opt into law enforcement matching as a consumer. Then it decided to automatically opt Doe cases in. So to break that and want to upload to GEDmatch, when you input that file, it's going to ask you, do you consent to law enforcement matching? And if you hit no, and I am working.
She's just laying out the truth right here. Why would they be so upset about this testimony? It's just nothing but the truth. Nothing but the truth. She owned a company. I mean, come on.
Violent crime non-Doe case, I should not be able to see that you are a match to my own DNA contributor.
You said should not.
Should not.
Does it happen anyway?
It does. It has.
And is that because there's a problem with GEDmatch? It's just if you upload it and all of a sudden these things that shouldn't happen did?
There there are a lot of tools that are available in GEDmatch. These tools allow you to make comparisons of two or more people and how they relate to each other and share DNA. One of these tools allows you to compare many matches, not only against your DNA profile that you're working, but also against all of their matches to see if their matches match each other. When you utilize this tool, there is a feature that you can edit the list of kits that are originally selected.
What does that mean? Edit the list of kits?
So when you upload your profile, it takes about 24, 48, 72 hours max to batch and tokenize in the system. It then produces a list of matches, okay? And these matches are biological relatives to the unknown DNA contributor. We don't know right away what relationship they are, but they are all biological relatives, okay? One of the tools is called the matrix tool. And what the matrix does is it compares the match, the DNA profile against a specified number of the profile's matches. So for example, if I run the profile's kit number, they're all given a kit number. If I run the profile's kit number and I compare it to 100 of the profile's top matches, it will in turn compare the profile to all of the matches and all of the matches to everyone on that list of 100 people. Okay?
Let me see what you're saying. Let me make sure. So you have one person, you get a list of their matches, but this tool also gives you a list of those matches.
So it's a multi-step process. So initially, if I am putting my test name and supposed to, I put their kit number in. You get a kit number after you upload the data. Okay. I put the kit number in. I run a tool called one-to-many, and it's going to show the top 500 matches that this subject has. I then would go to utilize the manipulation tool, the loophole. You would then go click the top match and run their matches. So the top match of your subject's top match, you would run their matches, okay? Once you run their matches, there is a tool that allows you to edit that list of matches. So we're looking at the matches of the subject's top relative, not the subject's matches, right? When you edit the kit list, if you put the subject's kit number into this tool that you're going to now analyze, these matches, it tricks the system and allows you to see matches that you wouldn't have seen when you ran your initial match list.
And those can be people that did not agree with law enforcement to see their DNA.
Those matches that are revealed are only matches that have been opted out.
And that is only the ones that are supposed to be.
They're only the ones. If you see that the subject matches one of these people, because again, you're not looking at your subject's matches, you're looking at that person's top cousin, let's say, that top cousin's matches, right? When you put your subject's kit number in there, you're going to see now his kit, her kit, compared against the matches of their top match. When you find, you then scroll down and you look, oh, here's a match for 100 centimorgans. You go back to your screen where you have your list of your subject matches and you say, I don't have a match with 100 centimorgans. That proves that that person has opted out of law enforcement action, but I'm still able to see them.
And so that's a way to use the tool to get past what law enforcement is supposed to do.
I struggle with this. I'm sorry. It is a tool that is provided in the database that essentially allows you to see things that you're not supposed to see.
All right. So it makes her uncomfortable to say that.
Yeah, and she does say it, that it makes her uncomfortable, which is honest.
And even pauses.
Yeah.
I'm gonna replay that. I'm gonna replay that.
Opted out of law enforcement action, but I'm still able to see them.
And so that's a way to use the tool to get past what law enforcement is supposed to do.
And allows you to see matches that you wouldn't have seen. So initially, if I am putting my subject's DNA in the system, I don't know who it belongs to, I put their kit number in. You get a kit number after you upload the data, okay? I put the kit number in, I run a tool called one-to-many, and it's gonna show the top 500 matches that this subject has. I then would go to utilize the manipulation tool, the loophole. You would then go click the top match and run their matches. So the top match of your subject's top match, you would run their matches, okay? Once you run their matches, there is a tool that allows you to edit that list of matches. So we're looking at the matches of the subject's top relative, not the subject's matches, right? When you edit the kit list, if you put the subject's kit number into this tool that you're going to now analyze, these matches, it tricks the system and allows you to see matches that you wouldn't have seen when you ran your initial match list.
And those can be people that did not agree with law enforcement to see their DNA.
Those matches that are revealed are only matches that have been opted out.
And that is only the ones that are supposed to be.
They're only the ones. If you see that the subject matches one of these people, because again, you're not looking at your subject's matches, you're looking at that person's top cousin, let's say, that top cousin's matches, right? When you put your subject's kit number in there, you're gonna see now his kit, her kit, compared against the matches of their top match. When you find, you then scroll down and you look, oh, here's the match for 100 centimorgans. You go back to your screen where you have your list of your subject matches and you say, I don't have a match with 100 centimorgans. That proves that that person has opted out of law enforcement action, but I'm still able to see them.
So that's a way to use the tool to get past what law enforcement is supposed to do.
Right here, look at. She's already struggling. And see how she's looking up and to the left? She's trying to find the right words to say. 26:25 of the video. Listen to the question again. If it'll let me. Come on. Here, I guess I have to go back.
Proves that that person has opted out of law enforcement action, but I'm
Looking
still able
for
to see
words.
them.
And so that's a way to use this tool to get past what law enforcement is supposed to do.
And she said, that's a tool that allows law enforcement getting past what she was just talking about. And then her response, looking around, up. Very telling. That's what I was saying.
Struggle with this.
Body
I'm
movements.
sorry. It is a tool that is provided in the database that essentially allows you to see things that you're not supposed to see. And as a result of seeing those things, you're then using that match to find who, to identify your subject. So you're violating the terms of service by seeing these matches.
Dun, dun, dun. Green giant. That's a boom right there. And she said it herself. Is that why? I mean, I don't know. That's why we needed to watch this again. Just a couple more minutes and we'll be getting into that truth and transparency conversation that she had. Shout out Truth and Transparency, one of the best channels on YouTube.
This is in Jet match.
Very interesting.
There's two things that I'm aware of in family tree DNA. One is not paying to upload. So there's very strict parameters when it comes to law enforcement kits. One of the parameters is if you as a consumer are a match to a law enforcement kit, you cannot see that kit as a regular consumer. So law enforcement kits can see everybody in the database that have opted in. Now, Family Tree also has an opt-in out feature that is not the same as GEDmatch. You have to go into the settings and find it and toggle whether or not you choose to opt in or out. Many people are unaware of this. Another instance is uploading the data as if you were a consumer. You bypass the fees that you're supposed to pay to Family Tree DNA for a law enforcement kit, whereas a consumer it's free. And you also get full access to the database, including matches that have opted out.
Does this happen?
Yes.
If I'm an attorney and I have a case where genetic genealogy is being utilized by law enforcement, and I want to know if they follow the protocols and rules, do I need the genetic genealogy information that, like, you produce as a forensic genetic genealogist? Do I need that information so I already know?
If you wanted to know what the process was, whether or not there was work product, if you wanted to verify how did you come to your conclusion, absolutely.
How about if I wanted to know what the rules were?
You would need the data. You would need to see the data.
This is the second one. I know. You have a question about another database, MyHeritage. Is that one that law enforcement uses? Many in this industry have been known to upload to MyHeritage. Essentially, these databases, you're only bound by the terms of service. And there are workarounds in every one of the databases that somebody knows about and has told you about, or you yourself have tried. There's really no justification for it. You think you're doing the right thing, you want to help, and there's a lot of information in genetic genealogy.
There is. It is a very tedious process. There is a lot of time, effort, and work that goes into it. In the end, what I provide to law enforcement is an investigative lead, and it is up to the agency to then take over their case and confirm that my lead is in fact correct.
How does law enforcement upload my opinion?
So the upload to these databases, create a free account, you take the data file, you hit upload, and voila, you've got now a list of matches. It's the same as a regular consumer would do in both MyHeritage and Family Tree DNA. GEDmatch law enforcement uploads now through a separate portal called GEDmatch Pro, but there are instances of people doing work on behalf of law enforcement uploading to GEDmatch through the consumer portal as if it were a consumer kit.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. I'm not sure if the prosecutor does.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas.
Come on, StreamYard.
Your Honor, our last witness is Victor Barlow.
It's acting up. This thing is acting up. All right. I'll just go ahead and pause it there. I don't know. It's been acting up the last few minutes here. So maybe what I'll do is, because that it is 2 hours and something for that. I'm going to be doing a show early tomorrow afternoon, and I'm going to be doing a show tomorrow night, and we'll be covering Idaho4 in both shows. So what I'll do is you guys let me know here in chat if you'd like us to watch the Truth and Transparency Vargas tomorrow early afternoon or tomorrow evening. Just type it in chat what you prefer, and I'll kind of tally it as I end the show. But I'll be back tomorrow early afternoon, and I'll be back tomorrow night. We'll be talking Idaho4. We'll be talking Idaho4 starting next week. We'll be getting into the body cam deep dive. We'll be starting that coming here soon, and we'll be getting into the grub truck too, because I'm going to be having Unravel on here, and we're going to be getting into a little bit more of the grub truck. If you're not familiar with both of our work together, we did the grub truck deep dive together. Definitely go check out the past episodes where we hit it up. Definitely did a deep dive on it. Go from episode 1, because seriously, from episode 1, there's so much activity in all 4 hours of it. So definitely check that out if you're not sleepy. I'm going to go ahead and end this show. StreamYard's being buggy. I might try something at the lounge here for a little bit. So if you guys do see me pop on at the lounge, I might try and hang out for a little bit. I need to do some more tests with StreamYard. And I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's the computer. So
Yeah, I've had a
when are
lot of
you
coffee.
available? Because
Me?
I'd like to have. Yeah. When are
Oh,
you available
so
tomorrow?
s-
Would you be
so
available?
so my tomorrow any in the afternoon or early evening. In
Either
the
one.
yeah, either one, like late afternoon to the evening time.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably be doing a show. I'm thinking like late morning, early afternoon. I'm gonna go through some more Idaho 4 stuff because I haven't been doing too many shows in Idaho 4 the last few weeks, and I need to start getting through this. And man, that Howard Bloom article, that was a very interesting, telling
Yeah.
article. So,
It was telling, but we all have to take it with some kind of grain of salt. I mean, I don't know.
well, he's been, I don't know. I feel like
Well, no,
if
no, no.
he's
He's
saying
reputable, no
something,
doubt.
yeah,
He's
I feel like
reputable,
if
no doubt. But when we start talking about secret witnesses, anonymous witnesses on a death penalty case, and you have a defendant, I'm not so
yeah,
sure how that works. Um, but
especially with there being a gag order,
yes, maybe he does know who the witness is, and maybe he is going to be able to confront that witness. We don't know. But the way it's phrased is there's this witness who gave an anonymous tip to the tip line, and we want to protect that anonymity. It's like, okay, so you want to protect it up until what point? Because at some point, this anonymous person is going to have to testify. Because
Well, how did he even find out who it was?
well, that's the
You
other
know?
thing is that I'm not so sure that people, investigators can just find out what the grand jury testimony is about. I mean, I've had cases that have had grand jury testimony, like involving universities, lots of things. You can't get to that stuff. It's not something you can get to. And even if the defense is able to get to transcripts and things like that, it is like so protected. It's not something that a family member is going to be able to get a hold of. And so when I hear that, I think,
Yeah.
did he really say it, or was it misconstrued? And we're not hearing SG say this. We're hearing a, another person say that SG said this. So I
Good point.
journalism is
Good point.
is a good thing, and Howard Bloom seems to be a very reputable journalist. But again, SG did not say this. He did not say that he learned from the grand jury testimony that there were texts between Dylan and Bethany about somebody being unalived. He did not say that. So when you analyze his statements, it's important to analyze his statements, not those of a third party, not those of a journalist, because journalists may be reputable and they may get information, but they may try to vet it, but something doesn't sound right. And just for the sake of SG's credibility, I personally am taking that article and that information with a grain of salt. Unless I hear it from SG,
100,
then
Yoli.
yeah.
I love having you up here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you for having me. I get
No,
to
thank
vet.
you.
I get to vent all my frustrations about this Idaho 4 case.
That's what
and,
you call venting.
yeah, it's
Well, thank
getting
you.
it out,
I
man.
appreciate you. Yeah, I know it's everything.
I can't.
I
I mean,
appreciate
it's like, don't gaslight me, dude. I mean, no.
That's a good T-shirt, Yoli. And I'm
Don't
going to give you
gaslight me,
credit.
dude.
Don't gaslight me, dude. I'm going to make a T-shirt and I'm going to put Yoli on it with with like a dash, and it says Yoli.
With a little
on it.
martini.
Ooh, well, hey, you need to make that logo so we can have that be our first painting. We're going to have
Yeah.
that painting show soon with a glass of wine.
I'm trying to find all my drawings. They're somewhere. I don't know. I have to look in boxes. But anyway. All right. Well, thank you for having me. And I'll be
No, thank you
available
so
like
much.
tomorrow after 1 p.m. or so. My time.
Okay. That'll probably be my evening show. So
Okay.
I'll definitely save some things for that too that I want to have your opinion on. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. Great show. I enjoy being back, even though it's, home is still a work in progress, and it will be for
All right.
quite a while. I appreciate you guys' support. It means everything. And
All
I'll
right.
see you
Good
tomorrow.
night,
2
everybody.
times. Good night.
Okay. Bye.